Hello, everyone. We are here for the final of, let's see here. Yeah, here we go. For the final of Zachary's tournament, joining me here this fine evening is Baby Daisy Lover, who is here. Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm glad to hear that. That's good. So it has been a little while since the tournament happened. It was back in December. I was basically immediately dropped out of it, just lost twice in a row. But we have our folks here. Unfortunately, Lark, due to some personal reasons, will not be able to compete. So we're going to be starting with Hamsterdam versus Wacko, and then whoever wins that will go against Zachary. So it's going to be a little shorter than you might have been expecting. But we're still going to get some good villainous games in here. Starting off, we will be starting with Hamsterdam versus Wacko. Hamsterdam is new to our little community here. And as you may have noticed up top, I still have Mim and Queen of Hearts because that's back from the last time I streamed, which was the villain melee, where it was Lark versus Zachary. But we will change those up once these two pick their villains. Do you have any prognostications or predictions, Baby Daisy Lover?
Well, I know that Wacko really likes to play Lady Tremaine and maybe a little bit of Evil Queen too, if I remember correctly. So I think that at least one of the choices will be Lady Tremaine on Wacko's end. Amsterdam has their Discord logo or profile picture as Maleficent, so Amsterdam may go for Maleficent as well.
Okay. Well, you heard it here, folks. They are going to fire the die from the cannon.
They dropped it off the tube. Oh, there it goes.
All right, looks like Wacko has choice of either picking villain first or picking whether to go first or second in the first game first, and I think we need a better way to indicate that than saying that mouthful of a sentence. But thinks they're deciding right now who's going to choose villains first.
All right.
Okay.
So might be Amsterdam is choosing villains first.
Yeah, looks like that is. Looks like Wacko has decided he wants to choose first or second. So he was choosing turn order. Turn order, that's better. Turn order. Yeah. And we get an immediate dock pick off of Amsterdam. Wacko gets to counter pick.
Yeah, I definitely prefer picking the turn order because I like to go for the counter pick strategy with the pick ban system.
Yeah, and I think most people do.
Rocco's going for random, it looks like.
Because there's enough villains that, like, you're usually not like, oh, I gotta pick the one. Oh, and we got a Queen of Hearts. Well, Wacko might be sticking with this Queen of Hearts I got up here. Let's see.
Well, Queen of Hearts was just a random one that he picked out of the deck.
Oh, he's
right, I was
going
right
random. Okay,
choosing the left.
Wacko's just going full random. What? What? What are you doing, Wacko? And we got LT.
I still guessed Lady Tremaine correctly.
Somehow. Wow. I have not even started drinking my drink that I made. I've got some mead, because mead is very tasty. Hey, Chad, what is your favorite alcoholic beverage? Just to get chat going on something.
Well, I am only 20.
Oh, you're a little baby, Daisy Lover. And we have Evil Queen for Amsterdam.
Oh, well, one of them picked Evil Queen. I was just wrong on who. Looks like.
Yeah, it seems to be more often than not people are.
Another one.
Wacko not liking the random picks.
All three.
That's funny.
Yeah, unless that's picking the same ones. Yzma. I just played a game before coming in to commentate.
Mhm.
That was it. Yzma versus Captain Hook, and that was both of us had some of the worst luck in Villainous I've ever seen.
Oof, yeah. Honestly, with the whole ELO rating starting, Evil Queen has been getting a lot
Oh,
of shit.
back.
Wacko is changing his mind. He doesn't want to play Yzma. He wants to play Ratigan. Okay. But yeah, Evil Queen has been getting pounded in the ELO games so far. I don't
Yeah,
know what's been wrong with her.
too.
Prince John as well, yeah.
I don't. It's like in the Wicked League, they've generally been pretty high win rate characters, so it's surprising to see them off to such a bad start.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, there's a small sample size, of course, like we always say,
Of
but
course.
um, still surprising to see characters that are generally considered some of the strongest to be off to such a bad start.
All right, we are banning Doc and Tremaine.
Tremaine has been getting a lot of bans lately in the ELO system as well. She has, I think, like 8 bans by now, which is pretty
Honestly,
high considering how many.
I would have banned
Um,
Ratigan over Lady Tremaine, honestly. 'Cause I mean,
I
honestly,
think so
I don't
too.
like playing against Ratigan. What are we gonna
It
get
would have been
here?
a hard choice. I think I would have gone with Ratigan though.
Mm-hmm. Here we go,
'Cause
Mal and Ratigan.
with Lady Tremaine, she has the jokes, but if you can break through the jokes, then she can get hit really hard by fate. Ratigan doesn't
Exactly.
have that
Mm-hmm.
going for him.
All right, and Wacko gets to choose first or second. Now, since we've done our picking and banning, I will zoom in. So we get only what we need to see.
All right, so it's Wacko's choice on first or second.
Mm-hmm.
You generally want to go first. Sometimes you might be fine with taking the
Yeah.
mulligan. Depends on what character you are, I think. Someone like Jafar or Captain Hook, I think, is gonna want to take the mulligan a bit more often.
Mm. Checking in with
I'd
chat.
say for me, also, she hates going second.
Perhaps. Checking in with chat. Hello, Jarek Socks. Glad you're excited. Um, and Zachary looks like Wacko is not taking your unheard advice. He's going second. He wants that mulligan. But I think the going second is fine here because Maleficent really wants to go to the forest on her first turn. So he doesn't really, Ratigan doesn't really need to worry about Buckingham Palace getting covered up.
Yeah, Maleficent can't really do anything at King Stefan's castle on that first turn because she
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have a discard there.
Yeah.
She can't play the Raven to get it either. All right.
Zachary, yeah, like I think there are things you mulligan for. Is the rat?
All right.
Rat honestly has a bunch of garbage.
Oh, going over to the castle right after I said it's you can't really do much there on the first turn.
I mean, maybe if you have like the staff.
Staff or spinning wheel, yeah.
Now we got a goon. Playing a goon. And we do see it right off the bat a devious.
Shuffles. Oh, I think that
Poor Basil.
you kind of generally want to put Basil at toy shop early game, I think, to block that double play and discard.
Mm.
Especially since you can't move um, Basil over later if
So
he's
now this is
already.
a predicament. Where do you put the gears? Because there's two copies that'll move Basil, but there's also two cards that will discard an item from Basil's location. So you kind of fucked no matter where you go.
Yeah.
Um, but Maleficent now going to the forest.
I think that I would maybe say it's still better to go with the layer in this situation because you've got the trying to think of the word
God, looks like
the
a
Queen's guards that have to go to the Buckingham Palace, so you can move Basil over later and still have that sabotage ready to set up.
yeah. And it looks like Maleficent just dropped a bunch of conditions. Just a bad hand there. We're getting another gears off of Ratigan. See, playing against Ratigan is just so nerve-wracking because like he just keeps inevitably going towards his win condition. But here we got Merryweather and guards.
It's a hard choice.
Merryweather's a good proactive card, but she is one of the few cards that can get rid of Forest of Thorns.
Hmm. Yeah, because Once Upon a Dream doesn't work that well with her either.
Yeah, because
But
you're
the
usually
guard's
not going to
probably
get
going to stick
the
around
curse there
for a
anyway.
minute.
All right. So she'll just squat there.
So will Amsterdam move or
I think if you've
there?
drawn into a Savage Goon, you just go to King Stefan's castle and kill Merryweather.
Yeah, probably depends if
Or
you
maybe
the
take this
rate.
opportunity to go to one of the two left locations, play a Dreamless Sleep, and move it over. So that next turn you can kill her with something else, with like a Dragon Form or
You want
something.
to use those move actions to get Merryweather with a curse while you still can.
Yeah.
Um, Although Ratigan does have that top fate blocked, it's probably going to stay there for a minute. We do see a green fire.
Okay, and getting moved into Merryweather's location. That does make it vulnerable to Once Upon a Dream, but it is a curse at Merryweather's location.
Not a huge fan of Maleficent's conditions, personally.
They are harder to trigger, but Tyranny can come in very useful when you're hunting for those last curses.
Yeah, it depends a lot on when you get it off or two, I think.
Mm.
Most of the game, it's a pretty difficult trigger for a pretty mediocre effect on top of it.
Yeah.
So if you discard
And
the Ratigan.
when you can get off Malice, it's usually very nice.
Yeah, Mouse is definitely a good one to get off when you can. It's just difficult to get off in the first place, especially since Maleficent isn't amazing at fading to get the
Mm.
heroes out herself.
Yeah. Yeah, her fate locations aren't the best, which is why the Raven is such a good card.
We're
Okay.
gonna see Fidget instead of discarding.
Okay.
Lavisham.
Well, possibly we have a capture in hand, and we do. Okay, that's 9 power towards the Robot Queen right now.
I do think now you'd probably want to do the or have the gears over at Buckingham Palace because you're gonna have Flavisham there the rest of the game. That's gonna be a guaranteed sabotage on whatever is
Oop.
there.
Merryweather is dead because the Goon, the Sinister, gets +1 strength if there's a curse there.
+2.
No, it's
Oh
just
no,
+1.
I can't read. Never mind.
We call for help, and we got. I think here you just do the guards.
Oh, Ratigan's fate.
Also, so I think
Such a weird design.
keeping the gears there, I think, is a good strategy actually, because that
Yeah.
discourages moving Basil, and if Basil's at Buckingham, he can't get rid of the Robot Queen.
Although now you do have the sabotage still set up with the Queen's guards.
Mm-hmm.
I think did the other or did one of the other captures already go by that first turn? I can't remember.
I do not remember either.
Classic Wacko taken a long time to decide on a location to
Exciting.
get to.
Well, he's got a minute left.
Can't do much if you need to discard the cards in your hand this turn, which might be something that's making it hard to decide. Running out of time.
All right, we're we're just going to do some fating. And there's guards.
I think you want to block that move, keep the green fire in a difficult spot to get around. Well, it's going to be a few more turns before you can get enough power to play dragon form now with guards there.
Yes. I suppose you could go there, move over the Cackler.
Yeah.
And then try to
Or you
get...
can move the green fire for a little bit. Maybe play another Sinister. Or is it
True.
Sinister? Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I guess it is the guard, so that doesn't do a whole lot if it's the Sinister green. But...
We are getting off another fade here. Both these players just winding out their clocks, taking their time.
I'm not sure if Maleficent Amsterdam's going to play card. Looks like there's no Devious.
Okay, Miss Judson, I like that.
You definitely want to play Mrs. Judson since Olivia said that.
Yeah, Olivia's pretty worthless. Olivia is
Not as worth
something...
as a Flabbersham, but still worth it.
Olivia is something you put in a Marvelous Trap when it's about to go off. That's like the main use of Olivia.
There goes the power. No card play from Maleficent, just passing back over to Ratigan.
Interesting.
Now it's going to be a little bit, probably, unless there's another capture in hand before Ratigan can play cards and discard at the same time. Which is probably going to slow down his progress for a little bit. But
I mean, he can just go kill Mrs. Judson with Fidget.
that is true. Probably a good decision. But if Wacko last turn was wanting to discard, and that leaves him another turn where he can't do anything. Because I don't think that either of them played cards on their last turn. A hard decision on whether or not to defeat Mrs. Judson. Well, gone but not forgotten.
I mean, what are the likelihoods of the Fate deck getting reshuffled this game?
Well, it depends on how fast they get going. 3 power for dragon form. So that gets rid of the guards. And a vanish. So that's 2 cross-turn effects that Maleficent has waiting right now. So, will Ratigan get any cards out of his hand? So that's 2 turns in a row. I'm pretty sure that he didn't play anything. Suggests to me that he has stuff he wants to get rid of. But you never know.
Indeed. Jarek, countering Fate is just a skill you pick up.
Oh. Looks like we're getting the Robot Queen out right now.
There she is.
For 6 power, that makes sense again why he wasn't playing any cards, saving up power for the Robot Queen.
Indeed.
So no Fate to get Maleficent power, but she can still stay at the forest if she would like.
Well, we are unlikely to see an airship because Ratigan has no power right now.
And no tools either. Looks like we're staying at the forest. Maybe another Curse of the Raven to play. Staff, that's a good one too. There's another Curse coming down, probably. It's not much else that costs 2 power for Maleficent. especially with the staff. Dreamless Sleep. Dreamless Sleep is a pretty secure curse generally, but Fauna can get rid of it right away.
Yeah, and the thinner that fate deck, the likelier Fauna gets.
Pretty thick still, and there's no Once Upon a Dream that can go off right now
And
either.
right now, Ratigan is wasting time if he is fading.
Yeah. With the Buckingham Palace covered, Maleficent's gonna have to do something pretty wacky to get that out. We got a Ruffians maybe to move the Queen. It looks like we're not playing that one. Although moving the Ruffians or
Yeah, I
using the
think.
Ruffians
Yeah,
would put pretty good pressure on Maleficent to stop the win.
yeah, I would absolutely play the Ruffians and move the Queen right now.
Especially, we've already seen one of the call for helps go by, so it's just the other one, the balloon and Toby. Oh, not playing anything. So
He might have airship in hand.
maybe. And that is a bit more secure to use the airship if he's got.
You really
Although if
need.
you want to play it, it doesn't. There's no way to discard it this turn other than moving Basil with a fate.
You really need the Mouse Queen right now.
Probably gonna have to discard the robot.
You have to
Robot.
move Basil here. You can't let Basil linger in the palace.
Not sure if discarding the robot queen is a good idea yet. You might maybe want to put him at Big Ben to cover the move. I'm not sure. So is the robot queen going to go out?
All right, let's just double check. Is Basil a May? Basil is a May.
Very interesting decision. Maybe there's two ruffians in hand. I don't know. It's still Maleficent's turn. There's still time to play a card, which it looks like
No, I
Amsterdam
think
is.
it's airship in hand right now. We're playing Dreamless Sleep.
Yeah, probably got airship.
Yep.
Go. So now we just have Toby or the balloon that can stop the fate. Maleficent can't be fate locked unless it's default.
Okay.
I didn't
Flora.
realize we had three
Flora
curses out
can't
already.
go to the cottage.
I
But
think you
we.
still, even though she's gonna sap down her strength real quick, you probably want to put her at the entrance. She's gotta go there. That's my thought, at least.
No, I think you put her at the castle.
That is an option that would make a lot of sense too. If you get that fate that can stop. It looks like there's a little under 50%. You can also get the mouse queen. I forgot about the mouse.
Yeah.
We do have the raven in here, but you
Yeah,
can't
I
play
think
that
right
this.
now you want Mouse Queen. Also, Flora is so weird because Toby will do it.
For Flora.
Put Toby in Big Ben. No, put Toby in Big Ben. Put him in Big Ben. Put him in Big Ben.
I mean, I understand why I put Toby there, but it's probably better for Big Ben right now.
Oh no, okay, but yeah, this prevents Felicia uniforms, but still, like you don't want. Okay. I'm gonna gain 1 power.
Playing the spinning wheel doesn't really do much other than get it out of your hand. Maleficent really did not want to have to fate this turn.
Yeah. But now.
Ratigan wouldn't have been able. Sorry, I'm just noticing. Ratigan wouldn't have been able to do Felicia uniform this turn anyway. He doesn't have enough power for it. He doesn't even have enough power to play Felicia.
Mm-hmm. Still, it's not the best position. Yeah, you gain your 3 power. And since you can't fate, I think you just go to the forest and play a curse. And then if he
Yeah.
doesn't have Felicia,
Well, no, you don't have the power to play. I was gonna say a Cackling Goon could get it. The curse would go away.
okay,
Yeah.
he probably has Felicia in hand.
Yeah, you definitely want to put wind pressure
Yeah.
on right now. Hope that the uh, Felicia isn't there, and go for the wind pressure. Because you've got the curses in your hand, you can see his hand. So
I mean, like, you could. You don't even have the power to go kill Flora anyway, so.
yeah, that's what I was. You got to go for the wind pressure. No reason to go to Stefan's castle and
Like that.
Briar
The
Rose.
only thing that stops you are Once Upon a Dream or Fauna. And.
Stefan,
Oh, true. And there's Felicia.
really close.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And this is my gripe with Ratigan is that once he's in rat form, it's just too easy for him to win.
Yeah, my personal gripe with Ratigan is how worthless so many of his fake cards are. Like all of the
Mm,
Queen's Guards and Flaversham and Olivia.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
like
this
a
is
third
why
of the
I
deck.
think Toby absolutely should have gone to Big Ben.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking of that personally. Um, but yeah, I mean the fate. If the Ratigan hadn't been able to win that turn, the fate would have stopped Maleficent. But there was another curse in hand to play,
Yeah.
so wouldn't for
So you
long.
lose one curse, you play the other one, and then you just win.
All right, so Wacko is going over to Queen of Hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Forgot to play Benjamin.
And looks like is Amsterdam sticking with Amsterdam is sticking with Maleficent. Got all the cards.
An original game matchup.
Mm-hmm. This is both of these from Worst Takes It All. I gotta update the villain portrait here. Oh.
It is Amsterdam's decision this time on Hamster side.
Yep, because he lost.
Looks like Amsterdam will be going first this time. Wacko must not have had a good story here. I don't know what Queen of Hearts really wants to mull in for.
I mean, I think Queen of Hearts really wants to get
Same opening
card
turn.
guards. Yeah, I don't like this as an opening turn. I think Maleficent really wants to go to Forest first turn.
Yeah, and it's the same going to King Stefan's castle and playing a Cackling Goon to the front. Little Bird at told you what I think is an interesting first play because I would usually Queen of Hearts is another one who wants to go to the hedge maze almost always on the first turn.
Mm.
So I thought it's probably a better idea to because you can play and activate a card guard right away at hedge maze. You've still got the move action available right now with Dota.
And we are making a wicket.
The courtyard wicket instead of the white rabbits.
Interestingly, we're going to the cottage.
Yeah, still not going to the forest.
Okay, this is why I would have just gone to the
Yeah,
forest first turn. Just discard.
yeah, especially with the fate not even going to hedge maze. I think it definitely would have probably just been best to go to the forest instead. That's just my thought.
Yeah. We see guards and
Very
again, just a repeat of that first fate from last game. I think you still do Merryweather.
Yeah, well, there was just a dragon five, so that means there's two more. If I remember correctly, in the deck, which means that guards will stick around for a pretty long time if you do play them. Merryweather's ability probably isn't if you don't go for it now. There's a couple other copies of guards.
Wacko just spinning all these cards.
I think you want to go to minus not going to the forest. I can kind of see why a little bit why you didn't go to the forest because it might not really have any cards you want to play, but at this point you've kind of uh,
Well, then I
lost your ability.
guess go to the cottage instead. All right, we're going to the Forbidden Mountains.
Gain one. Another cackling goon. It's going to be a bit before
Phaeton. Yeah, you
cackling
take
goon.
Momrats here, absolutely.
Yeah, you want to keep the wickets away from Dodo, especially while she can still move. Also, that's the second. So you're gonna have to reshuffle the deck before you move any of them again. And I'm late. Can't play right now.
I mean, there is a chance of Alice coming out before um, down the rabbit hole. So you could put in Alice and then discard something. Ah,
if you
yes,
have
score. Wacko is up 1. Gaining power.
could have potentially, if the card was in his hand, gone for an expensive play to activate the card guard with what's it called? Then moved it over to
Discarding
the Dodo.
Vanish and playing the staff.
Cackling goons are ready to defeat Merryweather now.
What would hurt a lot is seeing Prince Philip come out. And that's why Wacko is going to Fate right now.
Although I do think I'd be fine with losing Cackling goons to Prince Philip instead of the Raven. There's that side to it. Oh, there's
There it
Prince Philip.
is.
You definitely go for Prince Philip. I don't think to me at least, it's not a question. With 4 being the other option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then what are you playing here, Wacko? What are you playing? Nothing. Okay, interesting. You got a goon. We have a savage who is going to eat Merryweather. Oh, Cheshire's great here. I would drop Cheshire. I would put Cheshire in the hedge maze. Hedge maze. Hedge maze. Cover that upper activate. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. Okay, gain 2. We see by Order of the Queen. I would love to see by Order of the Queen. Yep. Just undo Cheshire. and
turn.
then move into Dodo.
So Wacko can win on the next turn, potentially. Not necessarily a safe bet, but it could happen.
We are discarding off with your head because Dodo is gone. Well, Dodo is kind of neutered right now.
Yeah,
I think this
especially
is
because
the
there's no more Wrath Sealer.
this is the most I think I've seen Queen of Hearts actually move card guards because I'm so used to Alice being like the first or second fate.
Yeah. I just remember the first time I played as Queen of Hearts, Alice was at the courtyard, and I shrunk her to uncover the move action, and then I was just like, that was a
Yeah. I think Maleficent has to fate here. Oh, we're moving the staff. We're fating. Yeah, all right. You can at least cover the hedge maze, which is what you should have done with Cheshire. Although with Cheshire squatting at White Rabbit's house, it is unlikely. So Queen of Hearts is very disincentivized to fate right now because she can't play a card in fate. Okay, I'm getting some thinking from Wacko. I think either you go get power or you just go to Told You Would and discard. There's no real point in feigning Maleficent. She has nothing right now. Yeah, there we go. Play, and the next turn you can go turn it into a guard. And yeah, Maleficent does need to fade again. Oh god, that hurts. How many fate cards are left for Queen of Hearts? There's 5. So really you're hoping for Caterpillar now.
yeah. Sorry, my Discord call has been messing up so much today. I don't know when I got cut off.
Okay, we're playing Dreamless Sleep. Alright, yeah, I think Queen of Hearts, you just go convert that wicket.
Yeah, there's nothing that can really do anything about wickets now.
The only thing is going to be Caterpillar coming out. And that's it.
Caterpillar or a really bad shot.
Well, this is interesting. Why are you going there?
Maybe. Nope.
Oh, he wants to discard. Oh, he doesn't have a take the shot.
That Fury, like I was trying to say this before I got cut off earlier. Maleficent likes that Queen of Hearts doesn't want to fate right now because Fury's going to be a lot harder for to go off because of it.
No, I think Maleficent, you have to fate. You have to fate because you need to get through the fate deck. Okay, White Rabbit's something.
It doesn't do a whole. It is something.
It's something. I would double up at Hedge Maze.
Yeah. Hedge Maze or the White Rabbit's house.
No, Cheshire isn't going anywhere. I would do Hedge Maze.
I was thinking like in terms of shrinking. Although I guess shrinking doesn't really matter that much if it does happen.
Yeah, stacking means nothing to shrinking because shrinking takes priority.
So we're seeing the activate now instead of a discard. So A shot is probably about to come up. Oh, the
Fauna.
one.
Honestly, I think
One.
here you play Fauna to King Stefan's.
That is a good option too. But if he's got a Cackling Goon in hand, that will be enough to get through.
Ah. No, yeah, I think, yeah, Zachary, you're right. You need the Fate Lock. Because Caterpillar could ruin your day. And I think that's what you need here is Caterpillar.
Relatively likely. Yep. What is this last card?
The
I feel
last
like
card's
there's
a Dormouse,
okay.
which is
Thought it was
utterly pointless.
can't remember
Yeah,
which
just
one.
throw Caterpillar anywhere. And right now, this is a shot that is 2, 4,
It's Raven.
6. It's only 7. This is only a 7 strength shot. That's not good.
Are we going to see it go for? 'Cause I think all of there's we haven't seen Tweedledee and a few of the off of your head, or I don't think any of the take the shots. I'd say a shot right now is actually probably pretty guaranteed to fail.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't have it anyway.
Oh, so we're killing Caterpillar. Okay, that brings it up to 8.
Still really bad chances right now, especially with discarding a bunch of card guards right there.
Yeah.
Although it is expensive to convert them right now.
I think Maleficent's best play here right now is, if possible, the Raven. Ooh,
Dragon
Dragon
form on
Fauna. I
top.
like Dragon Form. Then we Fate. There's the Dormouse.
Dormouse isn't the important one though.
And then we get Mome
Moment.
Rats. That'll do it.
How many was there was 2 card guards discarded. I think you want to move them down to Alice
Yeah,
and try and discard some with down the rabbit hole when it comes back up.
absolutely. Oh, move to
I
Alice.
mean, it
Move to
doesn't
Alice.
matter.
Oh,
You know,
we're
like,
protecting the dodo. Yeah, that makes sense. Protect the dodo.
it doesn't matter a whole lot which one you do, just as long as you move it to Alice.
Right, because then if Queen of Hearts plays a new one, it can't be converted with the dodo there. And we're getting some tyranny. Okay, Maleficent is coming back from behind.
Still want to see Prince Philip gone, so you can get some use out of the forest, but Tyranny could help get the Raven in her hand. And once she does that, she's going to go in a lot faster.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
what we have
Alice
now
is
here is
worthless in this matchup, pretty much.
Fauna taking out the curse instead of doing the Fate Lock is going to be the key turning point here.
Especially because even if she can take the shot, it's pretty unlikely to work.
God. We're still discarding.
Well, there's no card guards in hand and
Yeah.
2 shots in play. With a third one probably still in these last 4 right here. Looks like there's still no Raven.
All right. I think now you just throw out heroes to increase your chances of getting just effects.
Yeah, Mad Hatter and March Hare are at the 5 strength now. She's probably not going to be defeating them anyway, though, so Maleficent doesn't really care about that much. Mad Hatter's just a little bit better than the Dodo is, right? Not Dodo, Dormouse right now. Is the only other hero not on the board? It's Dormouse and Caterpillar right now.
Yep.
The rest are the effects.
Yep.
Caterpillar with Mome Rats having come out could get pretty nasty. And you could also enlarge the Caterpillar too, and that's going to make Queen of Hearts very upset.
So Dodo is going to have to die.
I don't think he's probably not got a off their head in your hand right now,
Mm-hmm.
unless he's got Tweedles or the King. So I don't think we've seen Tweedles go by.
And here we're seeing kind of the issue with
Tweedle?
Queen of Hearts is if you get in this position where she has all these allies, but she has such poor board control.
Mm. I
Can't.
thought he was going to
Yeah,
March
Mad
Hare.
Hatter's too big. He's a 5 right now.
Even if he wasn't killing the March Hare or Mad Hatter instead of the Dodo Word is not a smart idea.
Okay, but a
Got our
green
first one.
fire.
So it's going to make fading as much as Amsterdam has been right now a bit more difficult for a while. You'll probably see one more.
There's Caterpillar. I say just drop Caterpillar in Alice's location because that's
Mhm.
where 2 card guards are.
And hope you can.
Or you could unshrink Alice and just stop the discarding.
That is a good option too. Don't put.
No, put him with Alice
Well,
if you're gonna play him.
I do see the thought of the any new card guard is going to have to be a 3 strength one, and that's where it's going to go. It's not the best idea, but I do at
Mm-hmm.
least I think that's probably why the thought process there.
All right, Maleficent, you got to keep fating. You got to keep fating.
It's going
Or
to,
actually, no. Don't fate this turn. Go to the cottage because you're gonna get fated anyway. Yeah,
yeah.
go to the cottage here.
And you might be able to play the Raven or a Curse.
Okay.
Looks like still playing a Curse. All right.
Down the rabbit hole is something.
Think I would honestly go with makes you larger here for the Caterpillar and get the strength spread out.
Oh, that does count. But it's gonna be
Going down the rabbit hole isn't going to stop her ability to play the shot.
here.
Um,
But here's the thing: getting rid of it's gonna be the same strength either way, and getting rid of a card guard is more permanent
mm,
because
yeah,
Caterpillar can be off with your headed.
unfortunate that those 2 cards came up together, but
And I
a
believe.
shot is still it's still an 8 strength
Oof.
shot. So it's still going to be a bit of time before we concede. Um,
Yeah. Question is, do you sacrifice your green fire here?
I think I would go to the cottage, move the green fire to the cottage, and play a curse with the staff. That's what I would do, and especially to
Yeah.
get the mountains. Maybe the Forest of Thorns went there too.
It's an 8 strength shot. Okay, we lose the green fire.
Yeah, I think that's why the Forest of Thorns is put there specifically was to make up for doing this.
Momoraz will do it.
So I
Move
think,
something to Caterpillar.
yeah, Caterpillar probably the best option. Although the Fate deck spouts reshuffle, so Alice isn't a horrible option either.
All right, and
Queen of
then
Hearts.
move in the staff and play a curse. No, okay.
Well, on the next turn, there's going to be more power to play the curse, and then you can move it again to a forest or something. I don't know. So if she goes for the shot, well, she can't. Never mind. If she's got that last shot in her hand, I think she should probably discard it. Queen of Hearts.
Yeah.
I'm using the character pronouns right now. Because it's going to get reshuffled in anyway. And you can't take a shot right now.
Yeah, this
I
is
don't
really
think there are any
just.
cards left either. So you've got to go digging for a little bit. Oh,
Oh my
no, there's
god. I keep wanting to say this is a nightmare scenario for Queen of Hearts, but like Wacko keeps digging out something. um,
It is a pretty bad spot, but Maleficent is also in a pretty bad spot too. The Raven is still not on the board.
yeah, this is almost like watching a Meta Mim game, except Maleficent is just not making any progress.
Yeah, another moment.
Another moment. Yeah, just move them all to the caterpillar.
I think you want to do one of the wickets
Yeah.
over to the pillar, not the one that hasn't been converted yet.
Mm-hmm. I think Wacko still wants to convert before Dodo can come out.
Hmm. Yeah, I would probably like convert what I can while I can, and go in for a fade on Maleficent while I'm at it. Um,
Or okay, but we're rapidly approaching the point where Alice needs to die.
yeah, and the Tweedles were just discarded, which doesn't, and the King was discarded through the last deck shuffle too. So that's Alice is not in a position where she's probably going to die, even though she needs to. So now you've got a by order of the Queen set up for the next turn if
Mm-hmm.
Dodo doesn't come out. Are we going to see a Raven? Maybe a curse.
We're
Green
seeing
fire.
green fire.
Last time that didn't stay there for long, but I think at this point I would recommend,
And our
yeah,
gnomes.
I think you want to go for moving one of the card guards over to the caterpillar or
Yeah.
Alice option.
No, do
And
not
then,
move towards Alice. Move away from Alice because we are
mm,
rapidly approaching a point
oh, I
where
was
Queen of
thinking,
Hearts is soft locked.
yeah, I was just thinking down. Well, she's not soft lock because she can convert them back and defeat a hero.
No, that kinda.
It's not ideal, but it's technically not a soft lock.
Mm.
But yeah, I think from here, um, Maleficent probably just wants to start blitzing, playing down, putting down curses.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially because you need the power to get around the Sword of Truth. So you need to start going to the forest and the cottage. But, and Queen of Hearts is already in such a bad position.
Yeah, I think you can let up on the fate at this point.
There is still enough for um, a Tweedles, King, and a Spear to get rid of Alice. But that's going to take a lot of turns and power to do. There's 6 card guards on the board, so 2 more can come down. Or she has to do something. 'Cause that's another thing. We don't have any spears on the board either. Ooh, a shrink is going to be pretty important for her here. I don't think that uncovering the fate is what you want right here. I think that you want to uncover one of the play cards instead, any of the locations instead.
All right, I am
Or,
very quickly going to check the game timer here. All right, we got about
um,
15 minutes left.
I think that Maleficent needs to go over to the cottage, move
Move
either the
over the
fire
green
or the
fire.
snow.
Move the green fire. And play the goddamn Raven.
Hopefully that Tourney got it.
Hopefully. Surprised there hasn't been a reshuffle yet.
I haven't
Please,
seen
I
that
am
many curses discarded. Or any, I
begging
don't think.
you, play the
I mean,
Raven. It's a dreamless sleep. Okay.
Oh, that's getting pretty close to a win pressure.
Yeah.
Not quite, because you still have a lot of power to get around with the Sword of Truth.
Hmm.
But
I mean, next turn you can go to Forbidden Mountains, move over the Green Fire, and play a forest.
oh, that is all right. There's 2 more Forest of Thorns and only 8 cards that it could.
All right.
Guards at the mountains is not
You can't play the
great.
Guards of the Mountains anyway.
Oh, that's right. I forgot the Forest of Thorns is there.
I don't know what Queen of Hearts is even looking for here.
Interesting. You can't play the off your head if that's what you're trying to.
Yeah, there's no play a card action there.
Maybe Vanquish?
I think you do Vanquish here. Just kill something so that you're not Momrathed all the time.
You do have to send out or lose both of these card guards right here to get rid of the March Hare, though.
Oh, we're killing the March Hare. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think the White Rabbit was probably the better option. But
All right. Go over there, move the Green Fire, play a Forest of Thorns.
moving the Green Fire.
And then Queen of Hearts has to waste a turn fading you.
Down
Right,
the rabbit
down
hole.
the rabbit hole. Kill that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about when I was saying to potentially move over to Alice's. The down the rabbit hole was still
All
about to
right.
come up.
Queen of Hearts has to
Oh,
fate here. Let's see if it matters. There's a few things.
I think you definitely are fine with an or taking out a card guard from Wicket.
That does
Guard.
nothing. That does
King,
nothing.
you were.
Wow. That was a slog.
Yeah.
But we are now
Aurora.
1-1.
All right, so it's going to be Queen of Hearts versus Evil Queen.
Mm-hmm.
I think just for Queen of Hearts there, discarding the King and the Tweedles that first time through was probably not the best decision because it was going to make getting rid of Alice a lot more difficult if you didn't have them on your board.
Indeed.
I mean, I can maybe understand discarding the Tweedles, but I don't know why the King was discarded.
Yeah, I think Queen of Hearts really let the board get away from them. Because that's the thing with Queen of Hearts is once you relinquish board control, you need to get real lucky with the fates, or you're just fucked.
Yeah. And Queen of Hearts lost board control very, very quickly that game. It's Wacko. Is it Wacko's choice on first or second?
Yes, because he lost.
Queen of Hearts versus Evil Queen is an interesting matchup, I feel like, because they both
I,
have the ability to blitz,
so
but they
last
also
game was a
can
slog. I
get
think this is
punished.
going to be a race.
Yeah. They can both race and they can also both get punched if they try to. So it'll be interesting to see what goes down here, especially with Evil Queen being a weak fader.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, Evil Queen wants to go to the laboratory once ever and spend the rest of her time
Yeah.
in the mine in the woods.
All right. Wacko is going to decide.
No, it's interesting because I'm pretty sure I played this exact matchup against Zachary the other day, and I was Queen of Hearts.
Hmm.
And I was just able to drown Evil Queen and dwarfs and get what I
Yeah,
needed.
I think Queen of Hearts has the advantage here.
Mm.
But Queen of Hearts did decide to go second. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
it's, Evil Queen can't fate on her first turn, so that might have had something to do with it. But
Mm-hmm.
um, I still think it's better to go first
I mean, it
because then you
depends.
can
Like, if you
really
don't
see
have
the
anything to actually play as Queen of Hearts, going to Told You Would on your first turn is just a waste of time.
yeah. I didn't see only two cards mulliganed by Queen of Hearts though, so
Mm.
something was at least keeping.
All right, we're going to the mine. What are we going to play here? Ooh,
First turn,
nice. Like to see that.
two of them,
Ooh. So one stays in the pile, one is discarded.
which it looks like that's why they're next to each other.
Yeah. Okay, hopefully you got a card guard or two.
Leads up to a very powerful start.
I mean, they're both getting. I mean, Queen of Hearts is kind of a little more ahead here because Evil Queen only
Yeah,
had one ingredient.
she's off pretty well on power though, and she can probably afford to go Fate if she feels like she wants or needs to.
I think she probably wants to discard.
Probably, but it depends on what's in the hand.
Okay. Yeah, throw March Hare somewhere. I think put him in the hedge maze. Okay.
Talking the Fate is an all right option. Well, now it's not being the one that's chosen. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, since Evil Queen is such a bad fader early game, I think it makes enough sense to put the first hero at Told You Would. But
I'm not sure how I
first
feel
hero, I don't
about.
think it's the White Rabbits.
Not sure how I feel about not converting on this first turn. Okay.
Maybe.
See, this is what you need to do as Queen of Hearts. You need to keep your board clear. Yeah, Judgment is doing nothing this game. Nothing whatever. Nothing whatever. Okay, we're going
This
to do
matchup
some.
doesn't get a lot of conditions off. Vanity might be able to go off. Certain situations, Queen of Hearts can get off Fury, and Jealousy is pretty simple, but you're not going to see Judgment. Vanity is going to be pretty rare depending on scenario. Discarding Black Magic.
Yeah, honestly, I almost never play Spears as Queen of Hearts. I'll play Stopwatch, but it'll be just that.
I'm very curious why Black Magic was discarded,
Yeah, that is
especially because
interesting.
no card was played either.
You have no reason to fate here. Go to the hedge maze.
Who we're maybe going to see a By Order of the Queen. I
That'd be
like By Order.
nice.
Looks like we've. No, I'm misinterpreted that.
Yeah, no, we're just
Oh, never mind.
converting one. Ooh, nice. A
There is now power to
very
play By
merry-minded.
Order of the Queen next turn. I think Evil Queen wants to try and just race
Absolutely. You need to get.
ingredients, maybe
I would
get
love
the
to see some
tomes up
magic
for it.
tomes. Oh, we're just getting the mirror. Activate it right away. Get out, Snow. Quick, before Sneezy sneezes.
Sneezes so hard the mirror falls off the wall and dies.
Exactly. Ooh. And we have a mummy dust. I think you still fate here, though. Because you need to. keep converting anyway. Huh. This is interesting. We're discarding. Oh, okay.
They order
All
with a
right.
queen.
We're ordering.
I don't think you have enough power to potentially win on the next turn. But
Bashful's nice. I would put Bashful. Yeah, I think. Mm, putting him there is kind of pointless because Evil Queen can just move him on our next turn anyway.
yeah. Difficult decision putting the first dwarf down because like if you leave the woods and the mine open,
Alacrat,
yeah,
he was Ratigan in the first game.
we've got tomes. But yeah,
First game was Ratigan versus Maleficent, which was a Ratigan win. Second game was Maleficent versus Queen of Hearts. Maleficent, after a long slog, won. We're now in the third and final game of this match.
I think you should. I don't know. I would have gone with Cheshire Cat here, but looks like Alice has already been dragged out.
And I think I don't think we've seen any Mome Rats yet, so I think oh yeah.
Was that played? The Mummy Dust wasn't played this past turn. The
No,
tomes
it
were.
was.
I thought he just played the tomes. I don't remember.
No, he just played the tomes right now.
Yeah.
The Mummy Dust was last turn.
Oh, I see now. I was confused on whose turn it was.
Yeah.
My thought process on why I would choose the Cheshires because Alice still has time to come out, and you can't. I'm late on the Cheshire Cat.
That's true. And we are learning. We are learning we need to cover activates. This is good. I think you still go to White Rabbit's house.
Unless you've got nothing worth playing, then you go to the courtyard to discard. But Grumpy will block the tones to slow down ingredients
Yeah, it
for a little,
will.
but
Woodland
woodland creatures
creatures.
are a bit more permanent
Yeah.
since the one of the Dark Magics already went by.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
there's
it's just a
none
bunch
in.
of nonsense. Okay, yeah, I just get rid of it. Take a bite, I think.
I think I'll fix you
Yeah, I
personally,
could see that.
since you could just use that to go activate the tones this turn.
Yeah. I mean, you
And
can
you can
leave it
also
at you
do
can leave it
that
at the
out of
mine anyway. I would get rid of a take a bite.
slows down how much she can activate them in a row.
But she can just go to the mine anyway. It's like we're getting rid of a thunderbolt. Okay. See,
Now she can
I
do
don't
it
like
in
the
two
I'll
turns in
fix
a row.
you here because I would rather go to the mine, activate tomes, and play an ingredient.
I can see that. Kind of just if she doesn't now, then she can probably still activate the tomes again on the next turn.
Okay, we're discarding, we're discarding, we're discarding.
So it looks like there's still a Thunderbolt and whatever was drawn was the Tomes.
Okay, we're Phaeton. We draw a card. Okay, we can put back Grumpy. Get rid of that one poison. Yeah, the only one there's Grumpy.
If you
I'll put
rather,
Grumpy in the lab. Oh, no, it's
yeah,
not play.
somebody
It's put him on top. Yeah, put Grumpy.
I think it's understandable. Maybe try and fish for Doc or
yeah.
another Woodland Keepers.
Okay. All Hex Cackle. In one. We're moving Sleepy, presumably. Yep. And we're Phaeton. There's a Moms.
It doesn't do a ton, but it could do something.
Yeah, I think you still Moms here. No, I would not. Why are you doing that? Move the one it told you would. Because you can just go fix that right away. You can just go fix that.
Personally, I think I would have even just played the Mad Hatter there because of how easy it is to fix.
See, I don't like this. I would have gone to
Starting
because
the king.
Evil Queen can't fate you. So I would have gone to White Rabbit's house, tried to cover the mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Tweedles and King have gone by again, but the board is a lot better controlled, at least for the time being. So that might not be as much of a problem as it was last time.
But now Evil Queen has ripe opportunity to just go find the last ingredient.
There's 10 cards left in the deck, and 4 in the hand. There's Scream of Fright. If you need the tones, I would honestly move Sleepy and Bashful over to the laboratory, but I can also see keeping them there, moving.
No, I leave them there.
Snow next turn.
Yeah, because that way you can move Snow next turn, so that if you need to, you can go to the cottage.
I've not been counting how many Takeabytes have gone by to know if Doc is played, if a reshuffle will need to happen or not for Evil Queen to win.
Okay, Queen of Hearts, you definitely need to go to White Rabbit's house here. One of your two fates. Actually, no, I would go to Told You Would.
Yeah.
Because if you get Fate locked next turn.
Well, looks like we're staying where we are.
There's Doc. I think put Doc right in the mine.
Yeah. It also makes moving Snow over there not that great of an option to do either.
No, put Doc in the mine. Put him in the mine. What are you doing? Put him in the mine. Okay, is he? No, put him in the mine. Hear me psychically. Because he's just gonna go move Snow.
Or Dog.
Put him in the mine. All right, do you have a card you can play, Wacko? Please play a card.
Shrinking the chest.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I feel like either option is a good one to unlock right now also.
Yeah. All right. Go to the lab. Brew all your poison.
Because even if
don't think you move Snow White here.
Yeah, that's why putting Dock the Mines is a good idea because it makes moving snow a bad option.
I would play Caterpillar. Play Caterpillar to Told You Would.
Caterp if it were any other hero, I'd say makes you larger, but I think with it being the Caterpillar or the
With
Dodo,
you need a
that's a
Fate
good
Lock.
idea.
You need a Fate Lock. Force Wacko to waste a card. And then just brew all your poison. And just turn 16 power into poison.
Well, 15 because Bashful.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But get up to 16.
No, they didn't start the game. Oops. They're not going to go to 40 minutes this game.
Convert all of it, every single last drop. Convert poison! What are you doing? Convert poison! No, what are you doing? Ah.
Very strange decision. So that's still 8 strength because of the Caterpillar.
But there's not enough power for take the shot.
Yeah, but like next turn, it's not going to be there. I'm not sure why no poison was converted last time.
He's afraid of Happy right now.
Happy's only going to get rid of 5.
Exactly, and he would have gotten rid of even less. Why didn't you play the Jealousy? He just gained 3 power. He just gained 3 power. What are you doing?
I don't know.
I don't think there's even anything to do with Emblem Light.
Isn't a bad option though to put at the White Rabbit's house.
Yeah, just throw Dormouse in the White Rabbit's house.
Dormouse's ability is really good sometimes and completely meaningless others. Super fun fate card for the deck since it's so wild like that. I kind of like cards when they're like super good sometimes, but other times they just do nothing at all.
So you actually have to make a decision. All right, we're gonna see you take the shot. This is 3, 5, 6, 8.
Caterpillar. It's 7.
No, it's 8. One of them's a 3.
Oh, oh yeah. I'm bad at math.
Do we see a shot? Because you can do 1 this turn and you can do 1 next turn. Yep. 4. All right, what do we see? 2. 2. 3. 7. 9. Ah, okay. All right, Evil Queen.
I was definitely thinking one of those take the shots was going to come up. I don't think we would have seen any of them get discarded yet. Maybe one.
All right, it continues. We're discarding, and why are you discarding the off with your head? Why are you doing this? Yes, convert. Make poison. Make all the poison. Make your poison.
No, that would actually. I don't know.
Just throw out Alice. Just throw out Alice and make poison.
Deck is going to reshuffle.
Okay.
I don't know if the coach copy is in the hand or not. House and
Okay.
Caterpillar at the same location is not bad, I don't
All
think.
right. Everything. 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 Every last drop of it.
Make sure the one was paid for Bashful. I wasn't looking at how much power.
And then you move Snow, leave Doc where he is.
I do wonder if he got the two copies.
Honestly, actually, I might have moved Doc back
Yeah.
to the cottage. Yeah, you should have moved Doc back to the cottage. All right, we're retconning that he played that first, I guess.
Yeah. Are we seeing another shot? That's us.
Okay, it's still 8.
As the deck is going to reshuffle, so this shot needs to be out from the discard pile before it gets shuffled in.
All right, this isn't fucking Facilier. This 2,
4,
3,
5.
3, and that's 6. There we go. Queen of Hearts wins. Ooh.
Reshuffling the deck was a risky shot to make, but it ended up working.
All right, let us check in with our 2 players. Let's go to their voice channel.
One, two, three.
Hello.
Hi.
That was a great match there, guys.
It's not over, dude.
You just played 3 games.
The game hasn't ended.
Yeah, that was an 8 strength shot, and you revealed 6 power.
No, he didn't.
I think it was 8, wasn't it?
Show me the
It was,
judgment.
No, that was
It was 8.
That was 8.
Oh, okay. Never
Yeah.
mind. Continue.
So
Sorry.
My
Okay.
God.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
All right. Continue. I'll go back to the commentary
Thank
channel.
you,
All
thank
right.
you. Oh my
Oh
God.
my God. Never mind. I apparently can't numbers. Wow. For some reason I thought makes you smaller was a 0 power card. I'm an idiot. Ignore me. They keep going. All right, Doc is dead.
Activating the tomes.
Yes, you can get another take a bite.
I mean, hopefully this is just insurance. Actually gambling on drawing the take a bite at the right time.
I think Evil Queen has this in the bag. The only thing Wacko can do is hope for woodland creatures.
Yeah, because Happy doesn't take down enough poison, and
yeah,
there's way too much.
Okay. Yeah, Zachary, I didn't math properly.
I didn't.
I think what Queen of Hearts needs to do here is just go to Courtyard and get more power for another take the shot.
Oh, if she doesn't fate this turn, then Evil Queen very likely wins. Guess we're just hoping
you
that
need
they
exactly woodland creatures though.
Yeah. It's kind of just like a
okay
10% chance versus a 0% chance versus.
All right, let's for real now check in with them. All right, this is now actually over.
Zachary.
All right, sorry about that. Apparently, I thought the makes you smaller was a very merry unbirthday.
Nope,
That's
Pharaoh.
okay.
Nobody in the world blames you at all. But I will be billing you for the years you just took off my life. It is somebody's gonna pay for that one.
God.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Wacko! What a game, man! I can't believe that I've never seen. I've never. My luck is terrible, and I can't even begin to express how unfair that seemed.
Yeah. So a couple
That's
things we were
okay.
noticing with both of you. So
Yeah.
Wacko, you really like to discard the off with your heads.
Well, I guess I did. Was I doing that? I think I only used one.
Yeah,
I'm just
like and then Caterpillar
I
just
was,
sat there and Caterpillar cost you the game.
yeah, that's what Caterpillar does.
Sometimes he's a sneaky guy.
And then for Evil Queen, there were just like a couple positioning things. Like there was one
Yeah.
point where Snow White and Doc were both at the mine. If you'd
Mm-hmm.
moved Doc to the cottage, you could have killed Doc and fated that turn.
Yeah, so that's definitely a case of being on stream and sort of like thinking about a lot of things at once and not realizing what
Yeah.
I should have done. So I mean, it ultimately I was more focused, I think, on looking out for Happy, and if that was coming out, I wanted to be concerned. I was thinking about other fates. I wasn't thinking about my win con at the time, which is not good advice for most people. You should be thinking about your win con. But thank you for catching that. And by the way, I'm not going to challenge you on Evil Queen positioning. Like I'll lose that
Okay,
I'll lose that 10 times.
I will say right now that every single Elo game I've done with Evil Queen, she's gone down in flames. So don't necessarily take my advice right now.
I'm going to listen to the Pioneer.
But I will say we did have a comment in chat from your now soon-to-be opponent, Zachary, that you play a little, his words, scared. You should probably play a little more aggressively. Like you tend to go fate when you could be progressing your own win condition a little faster.
Are we talking about me? Because I'm not
About you,
playing
yes.
him right now. Yeah, I mean, he's playing Wacko, isn't he?
Okay.
That's
Full
like
disclosure, I have not looked at the bracket in a month,
Okay, don't
so
do
I
that.
believe you.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with him. I usually like to push my own win con, but in this particular case, I saw the way some of the things were falling behind, and I banked on catching up later as opposed to pushing ahead where I thought I'd be down and out. So he's probably right. He's usually right. I was trying to read the board state, but yeah, I'm sure there's always more room to be more aggressive.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, you are going to take a longer break. Wacko, you deserve a 5 to 10 minute break. Get some water,
Wacko,
get a
great game,
breather,
sir.
use the bathroom.
And I'll see
just
you
some
when
ramen.
you get Zachary.
Get some ramen. Just let yourself zen for like a little bit. Just
Yeah.
get yourself into a good headspace so you can crush Zachary. And
Dude, I
this right
failed take the shot twice.
I've
I
never
caught
seen
Zachary's
that.
bug.
At it.
yeah, we were talking about that. All right, so we'll say we will come back on stream at 8:38 EST PM. We're not against you. We're just rooting for the underdog, Zachary. All right, we'll be
Always.
back in 10 minutes.
Thank you guys.
Stay
Great game,
tuned.
Wacko.
Good game.
Great game. Great games.
All right, don't
All right.
change that
Well
dial. Be
deserved.
back in 10.
Don't change the dial.
welcome back. Hello again. We are back with our second game, which is going to be Zachary versus Wacko. Reset them both to 0 pointage. And rather than ramble or nettle on, we will let them get started.
Wonder if Wacko will go random again.
Ah,
No.
Someone pinged Wacko. Wacko isn't back yet. I told him 10 minutes. Told him 10 minutes. Well, I guess we will be rambling then. And Baby Daisy Lover, any thoughts on this matchup?
Well, I know that Zachary likes to choose some of those like stronger sort of villains, like Captain Hook, Facilier, Nim, those sort of characters. So I'm assuming that Zachary's going to have a selection of those, some random combination of them for his team. I don't know if Wacko's going to go random or not again this time. It's interesting to see what he did for the last one.
I think that may have mainly just been a gimmick because especially for the last pick, he like started like this, I'm going to pick something I actually want.
Yeah.
I think for
Unless
this,
he was pulling out the Amsterdam's characters.
Yeah, I think for this one, especially since he's now down a match, he's going to be more picky about who he picks.
I could definitely see that being the case, which in that case, I think Lady Tremaine is definitely going to be one of Wacko's picks.
Especially since Queen of Hearts was his first random.
Yeah.
And so he kind of gets stuck with her.
So. And Wacko is known for being a Lady Tremaine fan. So I'm assuming that if he goes to choose intentionally, that Lady Tremaine will be the first choice because Zachary's probably going to ban the first one.
You know, it's kind of funny how there's like becoming so many characters, so many villains that people are like, oh, I hate playing against this one. So there's Dr. Facilier, there's Captain Hook, there's Ratigan, there's Lady Tremaine, now there's Madame Mims. Like at some point it's like, well, if they're both coming out, if both players are like, I hate this playing against this villain, then it kind of cancels out, I think.
Mm-hmm. I'm still in the don't want to play against Jafar club, but I don't know if I would care about that enough to go for the ban on that one. It would depend on who the other choices were.
Oh, absolutely. I would not be against banning Jafar, depending on who else is picked. Like, I think there are villains that are typically considered stronger than Jafar that I would feel more comfortable in my ability to play against.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when I did my villain ranking, I did rank Jafar as my second least favorite.
Jafar is my least, personally. I don't know what it is. I just don't like him.
I know exactly what it is. It's the hypnotize mechanic.
I like the idea. I just don't like the execution.
Yeah, because it takes a hero fully out of rotation. And, like, so Zachary was making another point that, like, villains should be inevitable. Like, the game shouldn't go on forever. I'm not necessarily arguing that the game should go on forever, but when a villain is too inevitable to the point where, like, there's nothing you can do against them, then I think there's a problem.
Yeah. I think that Jafar is definitely in the camp of too inevitable, which is part of why I don't like him. I don't like Deception either.
Alucard, I think Hades has a bit more inevitability than people give him credit for. Like, there's no way to get rid of a Titan. Once a Titan's on the board, it's on the board. And once there's like 2 or 3 Titans in Mount Olympus, it's just a matter of, okay, how many fates are going to go by?
Yeah. Oh, it looks like they have started picking, and Zachary's going.
Full cannons out, guns blazing. Here's Madame Mim. Like, Zachary is taking no prisoners.
I was definitely expecting Min to be one of the first choices. Wacko is going random again, it looks like. Although it might be a little bit picky again.
I mean, we'll see. Does he search or does he grab from the top? He's shuffling. And he's just searching in the shuffle.
Not the alphabetical order anymore makes it difficult to sort through all those purple and brown cards to figure out which one you want.
I guess also it disguises where your mouse is going for someone who's looking at that. I get Wacko's like just looking for inspiration, I guess. What do we got? He's looking at it. He's deciding. He's being very picky. And he's like, nah. Oh my god. Wacko just has no idea who he wants to play.
Just pick Tremaine.
Yeah, I don't think there's
reason to not pick Wacko wants to pick Tremaine.
But the thing is you're either banning Mim or you need a counter pick to Mim. And I think you need to pick a counter pick to Mim here.
I'm really liking the Lotso as the counter pick to Mim so far.
Have you had that matchup often?
Not a whole lot, but it's kind of just like the stuff that Lotso does. Counters Mim pretty nicely.
And we see Jafar. I don't hate this.
No, you can't get deception on Mim, though.
You can't get deception, but there comes a point where Fating Jafar does not do as much.
Yeah. Queen of Hearts.
Oh my god, I guess Zachary is just being masochistic tonight.
Well, Zachary also was the Queen of Hearts rep for the villain melee.
He was, but it was mainly because no one else wanted to do it. I will say this, as far as the Madam Mim Lotso matchup, I've only done it once in ELO, and my opponent was not necessarily the most experienced with Madam Mim, so that I'm not sure how much of it was that being a factor.
Yeah. Got Yzma.
Yeah. Classic
interesting
Wacko choice. I don't hate Yzma versus Mim either, because I think like fading Yzma is just such a gamble.
And it takes a long time for that reshuffle to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Although it did happen earlier for the game to me today. Still won, because Captain Hook was so much worse off, but Dr. Facilier.
Every time I face off against Captain Hook, I'm like, please put the map at the bottom. All right, we got a fairly strong lineup here for Zachary.
Yeah, in that game I played with Captain Hook against Yzma, he had to play 5 worthy opponents to get Peter Pan on the board.
Oh my god. That's awful. I still remember that game against Tabe where he was Ratigan and just refusing to fade me, and I forgot that Obsession did what it did, and I discarded it. And then he defeated the Mouse Queen. I was like, I could have pulled out Peter. No.
My funny mistake I've made on stream before is I was playing Queen of Hearts, and I don't think I had gotten all the wickets yet, and I discarded 2 card guards just out of nowhere. I didn't watch the replay. I didn't even remember what happened.
Okay, you gotta pick something. All right, what do we got? And it's Maleficent. Okay. Again, I don't necessarily hate Maleficent either. All right.
One that's
Zachary already knows what he's banning. I think he's gonna ban Jafar. And probably Mim. No, it's Yzma. Okay, I can see that because Wacko is pretty well known for his Yzma, along with his LT. So that leaves Queen of Hearts and Doc for... I think we're going to see Queen of Hearts first to get it out of the way.
Probably. Zachary's strategy is you only have to
and we're just doing random for Wacko. No, it's Doc. Doc versus Facilier. This matchup happened so much in Wicked League.
Yeah.
This is a classic matchup. And the shuffle everything, the mover floats up into the air. All right, let's zoom in.
Got Jafar for that extra shuffle madness. So it looks like, was it Wacko that decided?
Yep.
Yeah, Wacko decided to go first, I think. So.
Looks like Doc is mulling over the mulligan, or has already mulliganed, and right to the streets, gaining a power and just fading.
Honestly,
you do
I'm
reveal
not a big
two.
fan of the first turn fade on Facilier.
Yeah, you usually want to be able to do a little more, but almost
With
there
Jafar,
ain't the worst.
yeah. With Jafar, you want to generally oh shoot, I can't see Doctor's cards either. Zachary and I are gonna pop out real quick.
Okay.
But yeah, with Jafar, if you want to discard on that first turn, you're gonna have to go to the street anyway, and the fate is right there. But you got a lot of cards that you don't really want to see come down on that first turn for if you fate Facilier.
Yeah, because like you might get Big Daddy off the top or whatever, but you also might get Tiana or Lewis off the top, and I think it's worth that, especially since Jafar, unless you have a really good opening hand, you want to go to streets anyway.
Yeah. There it is.
And it is back to Zach.
Yeah, I'm back in the room.
Although Wacko's still deciding his discard.
Looks like just sleight of hand went into the fortune pile.
Yeah. And he discarded Razul and a Snake of Maya, and he's playing a Giant Hourglass. To the Bayou! Spending 2 on pre-playing Shadow Spirits and a Voodoo Dolls. Interesting. A little risky pre-playing the Shadow Spirits. But I guess sort of preempts putting something that...
There was already a Evening Star that went by. So there is that aspect of playing it. I don't know. Again, it's kind of like, I don't necessarily like to fate Facilier early because you get situations like this.
I don't hate putting Ray there because it'll encourage Zachary to just waste the Shadow Spirits.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's good to get in there, yeah. Now, generally when I'm fading Doc, I like to just put in everything I can.
Yeah.
With almost there. But if you're getting like Mass Spirits, there's a temptation to only put it in. But because of Desperation and the Illusion Powder, I don't like that. I like stuffing it as thick as I can.
So there are a few not so great cards in the Fortune pile now.
Yeah.
And if you went and played the Cards Will Tell right now, every single card would have a Fortune ability. Well, Mass Spirits would.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't hate just wasting a Cards Will Tell here. Oh. Okay. Jarek Sox liked Fate in the Dark, and that's a wasted Fate against Jafar. And this is another reason why Jafar might be good against Mim, is because like there's a lot of just empty Fates. Ooh, Mama Odie. I like this. I like this a lot. I would...
You don't want Mama Odie to steal the talisman.
I don't like Mama Odie being next to the Voodoo Dolls. I would put Mama Odie in the Voodoo Emporium. Keep her away from the Voodoo Dolls.
Well, even just putting her at the Emporium makes the Voodoo Dolls not do that much because all that he can do with them is move them to the parade. At least right now, until he plays another one.
Yeah. Alright, and then we're just discarding... Drawing back up. Decisions. Ooh, Shadow Man. A little fate. Yeah, Princess Jasmine in the palace. Absolutely, Sultan's palace.
Keep her from the snake.
Oh my god. Yeah, put Lewis in the Voodoo Emporium. Absolutely.
So
I love it, like Princess Jasmine got put there to be like, hey, stop fading me, and Whack was like, no, I'm gonna fade you anyway. So that's why I'm laughing so much.
When you move, and if you do go anywhere, where you move the shadow. Yeah.
I think you move Voodoo Dolls to the Bayou to get Lewis out of the way.
Yeah.
Woof.
Interesting that you don't just go for the Egyptian pattern where there's already a hero. I mean, it discourages future heroes from being played there, of course, but you
I
don't
would love to
necessarily.
see Juju come out right now.
Yeah.
No, discard first. Discard first. Discard first. What are you doing? Because if you hit Desperation, then he's just gonna get it right back.
Yeah. But it gets a Desperation out of circulation and Mass Spirit stay in. There is that.
Oh, looks
Looks
like
like
we don't even have Desperation.
Rock form on Juju.
All right, looks like Shadow Man is just tailing the Doctor right now.
The fate deck reshuffles.
Okay, Aladdin is not forced, but is Zachary just like, stop fading me. Just like the speed at which he's doing it, just like, stop it.
Are we going to see the? Oh, well, there goes Jasmine.
Oh, we're hypnotizing the genie. Holy ass. I would have hypnotized Jasmine. Well then. That's a choice.
I hope it's not a misunderstanding of how playing the genie works.
I don't think Wacko is that inexperienced. Let's make
I
sure
don't think so.
Wacko is at 3 cards. Yes, he is. Okay.
Yeah, making sure. My camera's positioned where I can see the cards right now. So have you used the move action to move the Shadow Man off of the location? Yeah. Oh no, just going
he's
there.
just going there. 3 unruly auras because Big Daddy just went by, and we're fating. Raja, yeah, Raja. Do you
Zachary's
have in a Snake Eye?
We still need 4 more power at least for Zachary to get off the ground, but you can get that power if the Voodoo Emporium stays uncovered, which Wacko's going to have to sacrifice a turn to cover it.
I would love to see in a Snake Eye.
Yeah, assuming there's
or just use the genie to kill Raja. That would be so funny. Ooh, no, I like Naveen. Absolutely play Naveen here. Get Lewis back in position.
Yeah.
Cover that move, get Lewis back in position. And then kill Raja with the genie.
Those move each heroes be a bit. Ooh, yeah, Mama Odie stops the
Kill
King.
Raja, kill Raja, kill
And
Raja. Yes! Yes!
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Raja's too big for a Snake Eye. That's right. Because Jasmine's here.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny. Gazim. Honestly, I would just play Gazim if you've nothing else to do.
Like we're playing a Palace Guard. Palace Guards can't stop the Sultan, though.
We already saw the Sultan go by. I would, yeah, absolutely Tiana. Put Tiana in...
Escapo. I think Tiana's place, maybe.
Yeah,
or
Tiana in her place.
Because, I mean, he's got the Shadow Man, but in order to use it, then he's going to have to
in order to use it, he's going to have to go to where Lewis is. Woof. Oh my god, he was hoping so hard. That was so close to the forced. Oh no, but no, Rule New Orleans is already in there. Alright, we're getting our first thing. No talisman yet. We already saw it in his hand.
cleaning the deck out. So you actually don't want to see Rue New Orleans revealed in this situation because it keeps the deck full.
Yeah.
Funny situation where if you're not trying to win, then you don't want to see that card.
Yeah. But I mean, Wacko wants to see it.
Or, I'm talking from Zachary's point of view.
Yeah. I think here you play that snake staff we saw. You get back a hypnotize.
You don't have enough power to hypnotize Jasmine right away.
But you can get it back.
Oh, that does mean you're going to draw less cards. So,
I am surprised he didn't put the Palace Guard in the palace.
yeah.
There's the
I
cane.
think that
Moving Lewis back again.
Wacko's just that intimidating, you know. He'd rather keep the streets clear than the palace.
Okay, we can. Yeah, it's any. Surprised you didn't play carpet.
I think that Zachary really just wants to stop the fading right now. What art is this? Is this a Evening Star? I think it's an evening. So it's not a guaranteed talisman steal, but
okay. God, it's getting so full in there. And Whacker just perfectly contented, like, I'm just gonna keep fating. I don't care.
talisman is ripe for getting stolen now that the deck is reshuffled. And Big Daddy can get played again. Oh, really? I was expecting to see a cleaning out.
I think he's hoping to get a cane thing in. Oh, there goes. Goodbye. All right. No, without a sorcerer's power, there's no possibility of a fate here. But there is sorcerer's power. That is a thing.
Well.
All right, we're just discarding. You're discarding the lamp? You discarded Gazim! What are you doing?
I think there's still that second copy of manipulation, but Zachary, it's definitely in Zachary's best interest to just play around that now.
Yeah. There's
He
only
can definitely
one ally. Alright, there's the talisman. Put a wish on her, yeah.
There's still about half the deck to go through to find the scarab.
Alright, using the cane to play another card. I think, yeah, you still need to fate here. I don't, like, there's a big fortune pile, but I think you still want to fate. Ray and Charlotte. I would put them both. No.
I think you have Charlotte be the one that holds the talisman, personally.
Yeah, put Ray in the Voodoo Emporium and Charlotte at Tiana's place. But play Charlotte first so she steals the talisman.
Looks like Charlotte's taking it.
The voodoo dolls will just grab it right back. Why did you play her there?
That might be that third copy of Cards Will Tell.
I guess he's just hoping for not getting faded here.
Yeah. There's still Mama Odin on the board, so there's still only 2 cards, but
That's
there's
right. Well, because she's sitting under Lewis right now, I keep forgetting.
Sleight of hand and
2. So he does get a sleight of hand trigger.
No Rue New Orleans. The mass spirits are still in there too.
Oh, he spread it out a little bit farther than that. Okay.
10-2.
Okay. All right, go over there. Hypnotize Jasmine. Just so you can actually draw cards. Unless you have
Terror on
Scarab
oh.
Pendant.
Sacrifice the staff.
Wow.
And then hypnotize Genie again.
I don't understand. Oh, because he wants his fate location back.
Yeah, it's just funny to see that happen a second time.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen the Genie intentionally hypnotized before the lamp comes out, let alone twice in one game.
Yeah. All right, there's Abu and Abu. Abu is forced.
You can go to the palace and use the Genie to vanquish Abu, though.
Which would be hilarious, but I think... Oh, yep, Snake Eye. I like that better. Discard, gain a power, fate.
Raja, though.
What is left here to steal? Eudora!
Everything.
Eudora's perfect. Put
Well, anyone
Eudora...
who's not on the board can steal. So Juju and Big Daddy can still come back, and Tiana can come back.
Okay. Doc is not in the best position right here.
I think he's still in a better position than Jafar is, though. Ooh, frog form.
Yeah. Jafar, go to the Oasis. No, go to the Oasis! Do something! What are you doing? Yeah, play Tiana. Just get
What?
Tiana on the board.
You could try and get...
You could try to get Juju.
Or there's potentially still a masked spirit that can get put in the fortune pile. I think there's still 2 more copies of Almost There to have come up, though.
Yeah,
But
play her
Tiana
there. No, play her. What? No, play her in her place. All right.
Let's see what we get.
Gil and
Big Daddy?
Eudora. And it's almost there. Oh my god. They all go in. Both desperations were on the bottom. Ugh.
So now everything that can clean out the fortune pile without Cards Will Tell is in the fortune pile.
Yep. Oh my god. There's so much in there. Okay, lose 2 power.
With Tiana on the board, that actually kind of... And, yeah, that mass spirit is...
Mama Odie just makes this so much worse. Okay, Jafar, you gotta actually do something.
Like a 75% chance that the next fate, whenever it is, will be Big Daddy. Which is not good for Doc.
Giving Genie a sword. Still looking for that Scarab Pendant. Juju.
There's Juju.
Put the cane in, grab the talisman.
This fortune pile is really starting to hurt Doc Facilier.
Yeah, it is.
There's got to be a masked spirit in his hand. So discarding is going to be really difficult for a few turns here.
Yeah.
Oh, did you gain 3? I think he gained 3. I can't. He paid the power, and then I think he gained 3 anyway. There goes Jasmine.
Because he was at 5. Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, you should be at 7. All right, we're having some disagreement here. Well, I can't really check that. Like, I can't really go back and check the recording here.
Oh, I think that is because you gained 3 from. If he was at 3 before, he goes to the bio to get up to 6, and then friends on the other side gets to 8. I don't know.
No.
Oh yeah, with Tiana, that's still
And gained 3, then spent 1, gained 2. That's 7. Next, he had 5, then he lost 2. Yeah.
Regardless of power, he's got a difficult decision since he's very likely got a mass spirit in his hand.
Yeah.
And the top of his card is covered. Louis at the bottom. Playing Cards Will Tell just to get some cards out of the pile, I feel like is not that bad of an idea right now.
But you're running out of options.
Going for interest.
Yeah, that makes more sense. And then you fate. Who do you bring back?
I think it's just a booze choice.
He steals the sword. It doesn't make him any stronger, but he does steal it.
Wacko can't really gain any power this turn unless he sacrifices someone.
It's just down to, does he want to discard? He still hasn't found the thing.
Well, if it's in his hand, he can't play it.
Discard that. Discard a deception.
It's not in his hand.
He should be back up to 4 cards, which he is. Alright. Kill Juju.
There's still Mama Odie to get to.
Okay.
His mass spirits are still in there.
Woof. I think Zachary should just not play these luck-based villains like Dr. Facilier and Queen of Hearts, because he just has the worst luck, and I'm feeling bad for him, honestly.
I feel like Wacko's still in a worse spot because the lamp is in the discard pile, and he hasn't played the scare.
There's only 2 cards left. Like, just play the Scare Pendant.
If he's thinking about it, he must not have it in his hand still. So I feel like if you've got it in your hand, that's an easy decision. Just immediately play it.
Just go there, play shit. No terrors. There's Iago. Where's the Scarab Pendant? Just play anything else. Just play literally anything else. Hypnotize Abu. Something. Abu's only 2 strength. Because the sword doesn't help him because he's not an ally.
Scarab Pendant was one of the bottom 2, I guess.
Oh my god. Scarab Pendant at the bottom. Alright, here we go. A Wish and Aladdin. Okay. I think just kill Aladdin with the genie and play the pendant, which you have clearly drawn. And there's Big Daddy. Yeah, you play Big Daddy.
I'm surprised. So if there
Stop.
was a in his hand, Zachary did not discard it. So maybe there wasn't one and I was miscounting.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know
play the pendant.
What...
Kill Aladdin, play the pendant. Where is the pendant? Just play it. You've gone through your whole deck. Just play the pendant. There it is. Finally. Draw up to 5.
The time where I feel like it's finally deserved to have 5 cards in your hand.
Alright, playing Lawrence. Yeah, just put Lawrence right in there. Oh my god. Bye-bye, Larry. God, this just hurts to watch. No, you need power. You need power. Just discard things.
Yeah, discard like crazy to try and get that lamp back. Oh, I would maybe keep scrying because you need that lamp so bad. I don't know. Maybe he's already got it in his hand. Rule New Orleans is back.
Yep.
But you still have to defeat Big Daddy at some point. So
Carpet. I think carpet here.
yeah, Iago's not doing anything.
Oh, he played that because he wanted to get rid of that. I think honestly here, just go to Oasis, gain 3 power, and sack the Hourglass. You need power for the lamp.
If that's an option.
Alright, or if he doesn't have the lamp, just go here, gain power, and discard stuff. Yep, Palace Guard for carpet because Doc can't fate you.
Maybe he's already got. I don't know.
Oh, that hurts so much.
Juju could make this a lot harder for Doc. Sacrifice now?
Yeah, I'd like to see a sacrifice. No.
Set it for one, maybe.
Giving the bird a sword. I would just do almost there.
Yeah. Save Eudora.
Let's look at our game timer. There's 12 minutes left in this game.
I think this is the longest I've seen a match with Zachary in it, though.
No, I've seen long games.
Oh, with Zachary, since he plays so fast.
All right, Wacko, what do we got? Larry
Huge.
and that.
There's
Oh my
still
God, there's
math.
so much in the pile. Uh, this hurts. Like, as much as, like, Dr. Facilier is often the bad guy here because he can be, like, ridiculously oppressive, this just hurts.
Let's see, I think
No, it looks like
pretty safe, I think.
Wacko just wants power here. Because
First one,
if you've drawn into the lamp, you gain your power, do a necessary sacrifice on like the sword or something.
I mean, you could just play the lamp this turn.
You could.
Well,
Oh,
that's not gonna.
kill a boo. I like playing. Ooh,
Oh, yep.
and necessary sacrifice. I like playing the lamp when you're able to move it.
Yeah.
That's why Iago's in the Oasis.
Yeah. This depends on what you've got in your hand
Chuck.
already.
Wish does nothing. Raja does something. Stop fighting me. Honestly, I think here you just play the lamp. The fortune pile is so thick. He can't play Cards Will Tell anyway because of Tiana. Just go to Cave of Wonders, play the lamp. Oh, we're still discarding. Oh, we're hypnotizing. Okay.
Residual.
Still no lamp. All right. All right. Just play Juju.
Juju's probably the last Talisman Stealer for this go around.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just play Juju here.
The discard might be better, but
Yeah, I would have played because you already have Tiana's not going anywhere.
yeah. Tiana or Ray. They're both not going anywhere.
Yep, Ray's still on the board.
Mama Odie's definitely not going anywhere either.
Honestly, I think play the lamp. The fortune pile's so thick, Mama Odie's still there. What are you doing? Alright, we're necessary sacrifice and we're getting power.
Unless Wacko's just very scared for some reason, he must just not have it. I mean, I don't know why you don't go discard for it in that situation, but
just go play the. Oh, there's another mass spirit. Yeah, I
that's
think
a
at that
card.
point you just put in mass spirits in. All right, we're going for it. Murder the snake. It just really sucks to have Tiana and Mama Odie on the board for this long. Yeah. And Lewis.
Oh.
Nope, and that's game.
Yeah, he didn't have it. Discarding that lamp really cost 3 cards down.
That's what. There was a chance where he discarded Gazine. He should have just played it.
He should
have just played Gazine.
Or on top of that, him not having discarded the lamp in the first place. I mean, it would have made getting to the Scarab slower, but you could have gotten rid of Jasmine also.
Oh, yeah. Promote.
I think Wacko was a bit just too scared in general that game.
Yeah, he was fading too much. Queen of Hearts. And it's either Jafar or... What was the other one?
I don't even remember. Maleficent.
Maleficent. Jafar, Maleficent. Well, we already saw... if this is going to be a repeat of Amsterdam... Oh...
I mean, if they did the if they went with Jafar and won, it was game 3 was going to be this anyway. So
Yeah. Well, Zachary picked Queen of Hearts. Let's update our pictures here.
it's Wacko's choice on first or second.
Mm-hmm.
Amsterdam was also a bit scared playing Maleficent, so I wonder if Wacko will do the same.
Yeah.
If we see a third game of Maleficent where opening turn is going to King Stefan's castle and playing a Cackling Goon to Forbidden Mountains, I don't even know. Wacko's choosing to go second, looks like.
All right. We'll let Queen of Hearts go first. Queen of Hearts probably wants to go to Hedge Maze first because Maleficent usually wants to go. Oh, we're just discarding and fighting. Oh, chuck the whole hand. There, that makes
Yeah,
perfect
none of the cards
sense.
can be played. Although I'm sure Zachary
So,
does
yeah,
not like
Merryweather. I just dumped Merryweather in the castle.
Force is a good option too.
Yeah.
But that might make Wacko spend too much time at fate locations instead of discarding.
Yeah, I would have put Merryweather in the castle.
Dreamless Sleep here could be. Oh,
Raven.
Raven, the Acid Bath Princess of the Dark.
Oh. All right, we're discarding a goon. Drawn up. Zachary wants to get rid of that bird.
The earlier you get on that, it is going to make it hard, or easier to get rid of.
Mm.
So,
All right. I think.
the longer you wait, the more likely the
I
Raven
think
can
you
hide.
send him there, and then you go there and kill Merryweather.
I didn't see the cards. Our options. Yeah, the second goon needs to go and kill Merryweather as soon as possible. You need to get that forest back.
No, we're just fading. Dodo. Yeah, play Dodo. I think.
So Wacko, say stop fading me.
Yeah, you do Dodo. Absolutely Dodo. 100% Dodo. I actually think here you Dragon Form. No, not Dragon Form. Oh, we're vanishing. Are we vanishing? No. Yeah, play the goon.
Yeah, you can't get the Prince Philip this time, which means that playing the goon ahead of time is safer. Having the stopwatch on the board could be helpful later if things go south.
Ooh, I like that. Tweedles. Yeah, gain some power. Go over there, kill, and do a dragon form.
Oh,
Ooh,
Fury.
Fury. Nice.
But which action do you
expose the play so you can play a spear.
There we go.
Gain your power, take your fate.
Momrath.
Move Tweedles away.
I don't know if it's a good choice, but it's definitely an interesting one.
Yeah.
I mean, it does make it kind of feel like that was just 3 power thrown down the toilet, but
They'll stick around.
if you did have that spear, does make it feel bad to have had them move.
So neither of them have particularly much progress. I think,
Yeah.
Mel, you need to go. Just stop fading. Play your
Still a
curses.
Force of Thorns in Maleficent's hand. A Vanish.
Mm-hmm. I think you play Alice here, protect the dodo.
Yeah. Yeah, Alice probably to the rabbit's house is what I would do.
Yeah.
So keep her from the Tweedles.
That's interesting.
And I guess when you do the top, it's gonna come right down and cover back up again.
Moving the Raven. Honestly, I would just go kill Alice here. Play a card guard, kill Alice. Oh, we're just playing 2 card guards. Okay, we're trying to race. Stay in there. You have that option. That's risk. Oh, and then moving him into it. Okay. Yep. That's a. Oh, you don't want to play that Cheshire.
Yeah. My chair can get stronger later.
Yeah, we're covering up the discard.
Interesting. Like, I see the thought process, but an interesting choice. That Cheshire Cat's not going to go anywhere, so that discard is going to be blocked for a while. And if you defeat the Dodo, then Alice is going to come right down on Tolji, which makes that bottom discard even worse too.
I want to see go to White Rabbits by order of the Queen.
Wickets are relatively. Oh, activate the stopwatch.
Yeah, just cover up that fate. Like, stop fading me.
The wickets are pretty safe right now because the Momraths has gone by. Although down the rabbit hole, I think is still an option.
Yeah, playing Vanish, okay.
I think that was using the Raven.
Ooh.
3 curses.
Yeah, it's risky here.
Yeah, I think you want to split up the Raven and the Forest of Thorns so that Prince Philip can't kill both of them if there's a fate. Tweedles get a spear.
Off with your head, the
Dodo.
dodo.
So Alice is plopped down on Told You Would. That play card does not open anymore. But we could see a fourth wicket come down next to White Rabbit's house.
Mm-hmm. Are we vanishing?
Looks like it.
Oh, we're just discarding. Do we not have the fourth curse?
Well, there's still 2 cards in the hand. So there's a curse, an option.
No, green fire's better.
You
Green fire's
can
definitely
play
better.
both of them. Both of them can be played, right?
True.
I guess we're not going to. I guess if a curse gets discarded, then
All right, we're going through some tyranny. All right, we're just doing
activating the
stopwatch.
stopwatch again.
King
King's
Stefan is
Stefan.
good. Yeah, play him there. Move her there. Get rid of both of those.
So there's still a green fire in his hand, so he can go to the forest to play it.
And if
maybe
he
there's
has a second curse, then that's game.
There was a tyranny, so there's a decent chance that a new curse was drawn, because that's about like 5 or 6 cards that were cycled through.
No, discarding.
There's not 2 curses in the hand right now. Move the Raven into it.
Yep.
Yeah.
The dodo.
Looks like the caterpillar's not going to be around for today, but I mean, he was there earlier.
I mean, you can just go discard, kill the dodo. That's why the Tweedles are there.
Oh, I forgot the Tweedles were there.
Yeah, because most people
There's
don't play
a
the
very
Tweedles.
high likelihood that Wacko's going to have another second curse in the hand now. Discarding because some guns. Yep, it's a bunch of guns.
All right.
Maybe double gain 3 and you have lots of power to get those curses in.
Yep, you have one more curse. All right, we got a green fire there.
There's another Dreamless Sleep and like another Force of Thorns, I think, is options. Yeah.
Okay. So you need Fauna.
I think, yeah, he's moving.
Or
So
a
Fauna's
once
not
upon
an
a
option
dream.
anymore. Or no, wait. Fauna's an option for one of them.
Oh, shit. He's going for it. He's going for it. We
That's
got
a 9 spring.
2, 4, 7, 9. It is 9.
3,
2,
5,
5.
7, 9.
That's 9 exactly.
Looks like Wacko wins.
Ooh. That's 9.
Yeah, 9. Because it's 4 choose and the 1.
That hurts.
All right, so we've got Queen of Hearts versus Jafar.
We do indeed. All right, Wacko is recharging his headphones.
The shot only fails when Zachary's taking. I'm just kidding. We saw Wacko fail the shot too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that the fate wouldn't have stopped it anyway.
Hmm. So that was the right call then.
We needed Anna. And the top fate was King Hubert and Prince Philip. Wacko still got cards in his hand. From Maleficent.
No, he just deleted them.
They're in the hand though.
He is realizing that now.
All right. It is Zachary's choice on first or second. Zachary usually goes first.
Yeah.
Depends.
I think here versus Jafar, you want to go first because you want to either have full access to hedge maze or try to cover up streets.
I mean, if it's like that last game, then you're going to want to cover streets.
Absolutely. Like double cover it. Never let it see the light of day. Let it sink under the Cave of Wonders. Skirting 3.
It's like
Fating.
a judgment to take a shot.
And it's a failed fate.
Yeah, the 3 cards were started, so
Yeah.
looks like there wasn't a complete waste.
Mm-hmm.
Now, was that a waste or a narrow escape that was discarded?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was a narrow escape and a crushing blow.
Yeah, they're probably going to be dead no matter what, so that just gets them out of the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if discarding scrying right now is a great idea, but
All right.
oh,
A failed fate on Queen of Hearts as well. Okay, taking the opportunity to drop down some cards.
not activating because one of them costs you to play.
Yep.
Are we seeing the scare?
Well, we're seeing something at the Oasis. What do we see?
Gara,
Nope. Just racking up power.
Hypnotize the genie when it gets played to the street.
A wish and an Aladdin. Yep,
Aladdin.
Aladdin on the streets, absolutely. We take those here. We accept that currency as legal tender.
If Wacko's got a hypnotize in hand, that is good for Wacko. Because Aladdin's just never going to go away.
Yeah.
Although if he's going to be sitting there counting towards judgment, potentially.
And there's Alice.
I think he could hurt the hedge maze. That's where the 2-strength guard is. But you
So
can
many
make a case
options.
for these locations. I think I'd go with the hedge maze.
Yeah, because if the hedge maze is open, there's a possibility of, by order of the Queen, activate stopwatch.
Yeah. And just Alice is probably not going to go anywhere for a while. It keeps that hedge maze nice and blocked, just like you want it. There we
Queen.
go. And activate the stopwatch to get that power right back.
Yep. For another
Another
card.
Are we seeing the scarab?
I think we are. There it is. Wacko is not as scared this game. Wacko just going for it. Playing Iago.
Getting Iago. Maybe there's lamp coming soon. It's got 3 guards.
Ooh, nice. 1, 2,
For the
3.
party.
Fate.
Celebrate number.
Raja.
I think I would have put Raja at the cave just to block the potential playing the lamp this turn and moving it to get ready for Iago.
No, I do like this. It encourages using Aladdin to vanquish.
That is true. But if you've got the lamp in your hand, then you don't really need to vanquish Raja. So
Looks like we don't
maybe
have
let's
lamp
think
in
about it.
hand.
Kazim going by is not a problem this time.
Do we have a Snakeamai? Zach is in take the shot range. Just pointing that out, that there is a possibility of that.
It wouldn't be that bad of a shot. We're at 8 strength already. So it'd either be 9 or 10 if he takes the shot this turn. We've got the snake in my.
Ooh, Fury, yep.
Yeah,
You do the moms. Absolutely do the moms.
Yeah. I think you move it to Alice for down
Yeah.
the rabbit hole potential.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess that if you get down the rabbit hole now, there's not a shot that can be taken. You know, it gets rid of an extra card guard, so. Would have been a 10 strength if Momrath's hadn't came down. I mean, we're at 10 strength. Right? No, I can't do math. It's 11.
2, 5, 8,
all the math.
11.
There's
Well,
down
now it's only 8.
Wacko might be getting scared again. But maybe this is the end of timidness. Or the lamp just still isn't in his hand.
Got another guard.
Oh, there's
Manipulating. Getting a necessary. Okay. There's the genie. Yeah, you play genie. You're like, stop fading me. We are once again at take the shot range, and this take the shot likely will not fail.
There's nothing but he can't fate. Wacko can't fate this turn.
Yep.
So are we going to hypnotize?
We're hypnotizing the genie again before the lamp comes out. Wild. God,
It does open potential for fading on this turn if the shot can't be taken. If it looks like it can't, for one reason or another.
You're making some discards and we're fading. Abu and Sultan.
I like Sultan here. Because Sultan's already a pretty
Stop fading me.
The genie can vanquish the Sultan.
That is true.
And that leaves Aladdin on the board where he can't do anything.
Mm-hmm. Dodo.
So Captain is probably going to come out, but
Dodo
Dodo's
kind of has to go into Tulchi. I'm guessing Zach's gonna go to White Rabbit's house with an off with your head and
Using
a
the genie to
use a
vanquish the
stopwatch.
soul.
Yep. Giving Aladdin a sword.
Tonight has shown me Jafar situations I never thought were possible. Activating the stopwatch. So we
Yep.
definitely don't have the
Yep.
shot ready.
Goodbye, Dodo. Jasmine, I would just Jasmine right, absolutely right there.
Although Source of Power, Hypnotize, and Snake and I can get the Fate back open. So there's lots of options here.
So we're discarding. Oh, and we are necessary sacrificing.
You only have one play.
You can only play one thing.
I think, yeah, he's going back to undo the. Yeah. Source's Power and Jazz. There's no real good spot for her, but you need that Fate.
Replay the Dodo. And I think you just go Fate and discard.
Yeah.
Hunt for another off with your head and to take the shot.
Ooh, the carpet. Or the genie.
I like carpet. Put carpet in Cave of Wonders. I would absolutely put carpet in Cave of Wonders.
Sultan at the palace.
Ooh, carpet in the palace. That works too. You're like, stop fading me. Because next turn, when you off with your head the Dodo again and fade again, then whatever you put at streets will not immediately die. Question is,
Lamp.
do we have the lamp? At this point, I think you just play the lamp if you have it.
And if you don't have the lamp, then you go to the Cave of Wonders to discard to get it.
Remember, you gain 2 first, you discard first. Oh, we only have that. Judgment!
Let's see which defeat method we're going for on the Dodo this time. The card guard by itself is not strong enough for Dodo.
Yeah. Wish on the carpet.
You can go to the streets and play the lamp if you've got it.
Discarding the snake staff.
Sacrificing the guard, so there's probably still not the lamp.
Okay, Cheshire hurts.
Yeah. I think that's the most ability to be able to just randomly take the shot. All right, there's only 3 more cards in the deck, plus the 4 in.
Is this the other by order? Yes, it is.
Still don't have the Dodo gone.
I think the Dodo's going to die next turn.
Wow. Probably still not got the lamp. You definitely play the Mad Hatter.
Yeah.
Because that bumps defeat and turn into Wicket right at the same time. Leaves room for a I'm late to come out.
Yeah. Honestly, I think here you just go discard and fate. Try to cover up the streets.
Yeah. Or off with your head. And just hope that it's not and I'm late. I think no matter what you've got in your hand, if it's not the lamp, just discard everything so you can get it.
Yeah.
Looks like we're only discarding 2, but a card can still be played.
Okay.
I'm not sure what they're... Caterpillar being there is not good for Zachary. That takes down 2 strength. There's that Wicket. That the
Okay,
deck
what do we got? Yeah, Kiliago.
Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah. Move 1 over to the Caterpillar. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, but if Wacko doesn't have the lamp still, that's some terrible Jafar luck.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get that hypnotized. Yep. There's a new card guard down. Please play the lamp. Hypnotizing the carpet works too. It's guaranteed to have it in his hand after this turn.
Well, there's it down the rabbit hole.
All right, the lamp is in his hand. Go play it.
This is a very rough spot for Zach right now.
Yeah. That's 5 guards on the board without. 3 of them are with the Caterpillar. And there's still time for an I'm late to come out on for the dodo to block one of the 2 spots. Or makes you larger on the Caterpillar could also bring down even more strength. There's lots of reasons why you don't want to be in this spot right now. I think Zach wants to force that shuffle as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's going to try to kill Alice here.
Surprised that the king was discarded if you want to get rid of Alice, but you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Play. Yeah. Finally.
There it is.
Moved over. There's no Yag on the board to activate to move next turn. So yeah, activate the guard while you're still able to, because it's like a 50 at least. that Dodo comes out next fate and I'm late.
Hmm.
Looks like we've got a lot of heroes left in the deck. Abu, Sultan, Raja, and at least one Wish.
Oif.
Sacrificing the carpet.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. I'm late on the Dodo or a Momrath. Both are really bad options for Zachary. Looks like we're going with Momrath. Just getting the most that we can out of Caterpillar.
Yeah, Queen of Hearts has not had the best time in this event.
Yeah. About 20 minutes timer.
It's like, what can Zachary even do here?
There's not a whole lot of options. Making you smaller. I think you should go with the Caterpillar so that he can't get larger, but doesn't make a huge difference.
Are we hypnotizing? We are
Yep.
hypnotizing.
Oh,
Fury.
Fury. Are you able to have two strength heroes at a location? Because he didn't strength the Caterpillar.
I'm not sure. It's possible.
I would have shrunk the Caterpillar just to be safe, to make sure that it doesn't get larger, but because there's no reason not to if you've got Fury going out, but you do what you do sometimes. Activating? Okay, interesting. Activating was
He's going to do by order the Queen next turn. Raja.
so.
If there isn't another Momrats, he can by order the Queen next turn.
I'm late could come up to bring out the Dodo still. Which would also stop by order of the Queen from doing anything much.
Yeah, there's so many things that could go wrong.
I think there's still one more. I'm late. Maybe I counted wrong, but I would have moved Aladdin over to Princess Jasmine.
No, because this way he protects the palace.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Do we bring out Dodo? I think we bring out, yeah.
I think that's the better option. Although bringing back the Cheshire Cat to block
I think
a double
now. Ooh, off with your head.
And probably another.
All right.
But now there's time for the Fate deck to reshuffle.
There is.
Get Momrest or down the rabbit hole.
Honestly, I might have just killed Alice. What is it? It's an I'm late, and it's a white rabbit. I think that's game.
Well, if he's got take the shot in his hand.
If he has take the shot, this is just game. There's no fucking way this shot doesn't win. There's
2, 3.
That's 7 out of 8 card guards. It doesn't even matter. Yeah. This is 2, 3, 5, 7, 9.
There
12,
we go.
14. It's 14. That's 1, 4, 7, 9. Absolutely. Holy ass. All right, let's go in and talk to them. Whew, that was a match.
Why can't Queen of Hearts just make her fucking shots?
Oh my god.
That was
Just
close.
And why can't Jafar draw the lamp at a reasonable time frame?
Man, the first game, the Scarab was my last card. The second game, the lamp was my last card in the deck.
Oh god.
We were sitting there that whole time being like, do you have the lamp yet? Do you have the lamp yet?
Each
Do you have
time, one of the
yeah.
two things was the very last card. Yeah.
And just like I could almost feel Zachary screaming, "Stop fading me!" Just like throwing heroes at the streets.
Didn't I fail the shot the first? Yeah, I failed the shot in the first game. Did I fail the shot in this game, or am I just being delusional?
I think you only failed at the first
You
game.
only had one chance at the shot because you kept getting set back from it.
Okay. Yeah, that was some. Yeah, and it's very rare that I uncover this instead, like the play card at the end rather than the activate.
Yeah.
But I called the fact that I wasn't winning this without by order of the queen. So I was just like, I need some double card play here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you pulled it out at the end.
Yeah.
Maybe I should never have triggered Fury there at the end.
I think Fury is the reason this matchup is so difficult for Jafar, because it's near impossible to keep your board clear without getting rid of the 4-strength heroes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like you're just not fast enough if you don't aggressively fate. Like it was irritating to me as the player, but I would have played the exact same as Wako if I were Jafar in this matchup.
Yeah, I didn't feel like I had much other choice. I just needed to go here twice, remove it. Close.
All right, Zachary, do you want to do the final against Amsterdam tonight?
If everyone's willing to play, then I will, but we're gonna need to take at least a little break. I'd like to eat some dinner.
Do you need a 10-minute break or a 15-minute break?
Let's go with 15.
All right. We will reconvene at 10:21 p.m. EST on the dot. Don't change that dial. We'll be back in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for our possibly final round. It is going to be Zachary versus Amsterdam. And I have now with me a new co-commentator, Weight of Glory. Remind me, what is your preferred villain portrait?
I usually go with Gothel.
Okay. You want me to be the bad guy? Fine. Now I'm the bad guy. Okay. And da-da-da-da-da-da. Alright, please. And we are back to Amsterdam. Move this.
Amsterdam gets choice.
Okay. Either villain or turn order. Looks like he's picking villains first.
Who will we see?
And I got some Friendly's black raspberry ice cream
Ooh,
to tide me
I
over.
love
need a
black
snack.
raspberry ice cream.
That's very good. And we see Doc Facilier again. Very popular. Zachary just like the threat. Here's Madame Mim. Have yet to actually see her play this tournament.
I believe that you and I played her when we played our match. I believe I played Mim against Ursula.
Yeah, I was about to say, I meant more like this stream. We see Maleficent again for Ham. I don't know how Amsterdam minds the name being shortened. Is it Ham? Is it Dam? Is it Stir? Is it Hammy? Is it Dammy?
I don't know if I've ever played against him. I do not know his preferred diminutive of his name.
Well, Zachary is taking his time. Probably does not want to play Queen of Hearts again. After that.
Probably tired of that one.
Probably a little. Lady Tremaine.
Tremaine, yep. I know we were talking earlier. You guys were talking earlier about possible counters for Mim.
Mm-hmm.
I think I like PJ is a good counter for her too. I think.
Yeah. Because like PJ doesn't mind getting heroes all up in his biz as long as he can get rid of King Richard and Robin Hood.
Yeah. As long as those two don't come out like right off the gate to slow down power and prevent the effects.
Queen. Amsterdam sticking with what he knows. And like Mim is also usually pretty likely to trigger cowardice.
Yeah. It's the way she's usually played. I played an ELO match with Mim against Prince John, and it was definitely I played her differently than I would have playing against somebody else.
I mean, did you win?
I did. Yes, I did, but she did lose to Hook against a turn 1 map. So
yeah, that'll do it.
And turn 1 map and poorly located taunts, but yeah, they were both good matches. But
oh god,
here we go.
I almost want Ham to ban Queen of Hearts just so we don't have to deal with that. Probably banning Doc here. We'll probably see Mim. Yep, Doc and Mim.
Yeah, Doc and Mim. Yep. Yeah, I don't know if I like Evil Queen or Maleficent against Mim, so that's probably a better choice to ban on that one.
I have beaten Zachary's Mim with an Evil Queen, so it's not impossible.
Who are we going to see first here?
I think Zachary's going to do Lady Tremaine first.
That's what I'm thinking. Probably Evil Queen pick, maybe.
Nope, Mal and
Nope,
Lady
Mal.
Tremaine.
Tremaine.
Okay. We have our first LT of the stream. And Amsterdam is back in green. Let's zoom in. Whoop. Oh, yeah, we got to promote.
I was not reading the notes from Zachary clearly, and it looked like he was abbreviating Amsterdam's name. I was like, oh, will we see the choice of the name here? But it was just a long drawn out him, not Hammy.
Yeah. So chat, while they decide who's going to go first, who do you want to see in a potential set this spring? What's your dream team for villains? I'll ask chat and I'll ask Squared Glory. Who do you want?
You know who I would like? I kind of would like to see like an animal set. Some people have kind of talked about that, maybe doing like a Shere Khan for one of the older villains. And then Hopper for a Pixar, and then maybe Bellwether for like the female representation. Just kind of like a 2-for-1 Pixar Disney.
Yep.
I think that would be a good balanced set.
Let me see. Pretty classic. Tremaine open, go to the castle, discard fate, and there's an early Prince Philip. So the Raven is now safe. And there it goes.
Comes right there.
Oh, we're gonna vanish. I think in this case, you don't try to outfate Mim, Lady Tremaine. Like, you just don't even bother.
No. Philip's gonna sit there for a while. And that's kind of like when you're playing as Ursula and Ariel pops out and you're like, here's the crown at the lair.
It's like
here
let
comes
me
Philip,
just play on easy mode now. But I think you are going to want to get rid of Philip at some point just to clear up.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to leave Stefan's castle covered if you can help it.
So, go into Cinderella's room, just dropping the invitation.
Early invitation.
Chat has given me some suggestions. We have Badufree asking for Doofenshmirtz, Take-Ka, and Chernabog. I don't like the idea of Take-Ka because Take-Ka's not really a villain because it's just spoilers for Moana 2016 movie. It's just Te Fiti.
Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna do Moana, I'd rather see Tamatoa. And do like a Mim style thing.
Fighting against all like the different transformations of Maui.
Well, it doesn't have to be a carbon copy of Mim. I would like see him like collect all sorts of like relics and shit and try to get the hook and the heart of Te Fiti.
Okay. That'd be an interesting play. I played a custom the other day by with Cortosis that he had made, and it was the Heffalumps and Woozles from Winnie the Pooh. It was an interesting play.
That's certainly out there. It's a fun song. And we're seeing probably Merryweather.
Ooh, all of the Curse Killers out early.
Yeah, I'm gonna move up this because they seem to like to put the fate cards up there. Baby Daisy Lovers thinks there'll be 5, so Bellwether, King Candy, Frollo, Sir Miles, Axelrod, and Waternews. Really, Cars. I've never understood the appeal of Cars. I'd be down for Waternews or Randall, but I'm with you. I'd rather see Hopper because I think Hopper's the most villainy villain that Pixar's ever done. Alec Rat, Oogie, King Candy, and maybe Ernesto or Randall. I also don't understand why so many people want Ernesto. Like, he's just an asshole. Okay, back to Cinderella's room. I do enjoy the idea that Cinderella's room is the seat of Lady Tremaine's power. Like that's where she gets her power from, is
Yeah.
domestic slavery and
Go
abuse.
to your room.
And that like her power wanes as she gets closer to the palace.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, Coco's great. It's a great movie.
Yeah, you're talking about with Tafiti, and it's like a lot of like the newer movies are like the characters more kind of like against themselves. They're almost
oh yeah, there's the
as
whole
opposed to having like a main villain. Yeah, it's a lot of times they're fighting some inner characteristic of themselves that they are.
Well, that's the thing. Like, there's
trying to overcome.
There's the Jimmy Neutron meme of like Disney. This is the 5th time in a row where instead of a villain, you just have generational trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, Encanto was great, but like, give me a villain. Like, especially after like Puss in Boots: The Last Wish had 2 villains, and they were both great. So like, you can still do villains. Just give me a villain.
We want to see villains.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So Raven moving, gaining power. We got lots of power.
Yeah.
Need to
Lots of power.
start playing some curses. We gotta get rid of Merryweather too at some point here.
Oh, we're seeing a green fire. In a dragon form. Goodbye!
Nice.
Perish!
Nice.
Fate me at your peril. I would like to see King Candy. I'd like to see one who hasn't been mentioned. I would love to see Namari. Because like she's one of our last lady villains. And I know she's redeemed at the end. I don't care. She's an antagonist for basically the entire movie.
Yeah. She would be a fun villain to see.
Edgar's so lame, though.
You could also have, if you do Namari, you could have some of the fate cards that maybe like almost prevent her from that redemption arc.
Yeah, or like the fate cards are the redemption arc. Like being redeemed sets her back from her goal.
Right. That would be an interesting way to do
Edgar's
that
so
one.
lame. He's just worse Cruella. So lame.
We do have, and I think we've probably talked about this in the past. There's still Madame Medusa from the Rescuers.
There
and
is.
Then everyone else is like, do Rescuers Down Under not the original? But I don't think we'll see that.
See, here's the thing. Like, Madame Medusa is definitely probably the more fun villain to play as, but I think Rescuers Down Under is the better movie.
The better story, yeah.
I mean, like, McLeach is still fun, but like, how much do you really want to play as a poacher?
Let's see, what are we seeing here in the game here? So we saw a Vanquish of Merryweather, got a clear board for Maleficent,
Maleficent
and a couple curses out.
So Maleficent played green fire to the cottage, moved it into Merryweather, where there was a waiting sinister goon, and murked Merryweather. And that is a failed fate. Merryweather
Perfect timing.
Just in time.
Perfect timing on getting rid of those.
But Lady Tremaine has both of her daughters out. However, we do see the pretty dress for Drusilla just sitting there in the discard pile.
We've gone through quite a bit of the deck already, so we may have a sister in hand, though. I think maybe what you need to do is move the Raven to move over the green fire and then go Fate. But Jokes could probably. I don't think we've seen the Jokes yet, or all of them, both of them. Have we seen both of them?
Yeah, Lady
already?
Tremaine is at WinCon. Yeah, you got to move the green fire, go over, and then probably move the Raven. Honestly.
Yeah, I would move the Raven. Oh, we're playing an
That's interesting.
I probably would have put that at the double play.
Yeah.
Bounce back and forth. That's going to be... If he's got Anastasia, that's game. Do we have her?
We don't.
No.
We don't.
There's the
Oh, that's
cane. Discard
lucky
some
for Mal.
cards. And all right, what are we gonna see here? Covering up the fate.
I mean, there's that Savage just sitting there. So I think send the bird to
Not enough power. Well, send the bird to get some money and then go vanquish
exactly.
Flora. Yep.
Probably the cottage to keep it safe.
Yeah. Are we back to a reshuffle yet?
Not yet.
Because Philip's in the discard pile.
What are you doing?
Moving over. Are we just going for WinCon and hoping that he doesn't have the sister?
Okay.
We're playing that one.
We're doing this. So it's either you have Pretty Dress Anastasia or you got a Fate.
And let's see. Yeah, we're already at the discard spot.
No. Move. What are you doing?
Raven can move it again.
Okay.
But we have a couple discards we're gonna draw into.
We can do it twice.
Are we... Discarded the rest of his hand.
Yep, there it is.
Yep, there she is. Yep.
All right. Relatively quick game. Zachary up 1, but now has to go to Queen of Hearts. Again. I mean, he's the one who's picking her, so he only has himself to blame.
It seems to be a bit of a reverse psychology. He played her enough with the double elimination villain tournament, the main villain tournament. He's really good with Queen of Hearts too, even though he speaks a lot about bad luck.
Oh, if only you faded.
Yep, fairy godmother there. Did he have a jokes in hand? I didn't see. Or maybe he'd played them already and we missed it while we were talking about villains.
He played 1. I don't remember if he played the second one.
All right, so we will see Queen of Hearts, and will we see Maleficent again, or will we see Evil Queen?
Yeah. But yeah, I would like to see Namari. I'd like to see King Candy, but not necessarily the same set, because I think they could both headline.
Yeah, also I think I like it more when they mix up the different ages of the eras, because they're King Candy and Namari are rather close to each other.
Yeah, 2012 and 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Although apparently last year Raya was officially made a Disney princess.
Oh, really?
She is in the lineup now.
In the lineup. I did not see that news.
And the classic Amsterdam first fate as Maleficent, which normally does fuck all because you can't play anything.
There's the Mad Hatter.
Yeah, you covered something.
Yeah, I like the hedge. I like the hedge maze, but yeah.
Cover the activate.
Covering the fate. Yeah, I think if hedge maze is left open, Queen of Hearts just races, I think.
Yeah. What are we doing? We're doing nothing. We just wanted to fate. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I don't like to, unless I have like turn 1 spinning wheel or like a cackling goon to throw down. Don't like going there.
Interesting. Choosing guards over Flora.
Fading again. There's a spinning wheel.
This is kind of like Mother Gothel going to Corona opening turn, but worse because you can't even discard. Like, you need that initial burst of power. Because Maleficent's deck ain't cheap.
It is not. Sometimes you can get a boost from Dragon Form, but most people will just play around it.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you really, really need to fate.
I think we're going to see a Dragon Form here. No, a Green Fire.
Green Fire.
And a Vanish. I'm going to stay right here. Discard a Sinister.
Moving over. We do have some strong Mad Hatter and March Hare out.
Huh. I guess this is preempting Momorats? Raven Buddy. Okay.
I could see him potentially vanquishing just to clear off that 5 strength.
Okay. Yeah, possibly, but then you've wasted 2 card cards. Well, there we go. Goodbye. Bye, Mad Hatter. And then we're off with your heading. Just clear
right.
board.
Yep. Clear it out.
Zachary does not want a covered board. Very much does not want that. No, thank you. Do not pass go. Goodbye. And then we see Aurora and a missed Philip. And I think I didn't see what it was, but it's clearly not a hero.
It was a Once Upon a Dream.
That'll do it.
So the bird is free and clear once again. See if we drop down a couple curses here.
Or maybe Dragon Form the Guards.
Dragon Form the Guards, potentially.
No, we're dropping a Green Fire.
Another Green Fire.
Now this is ideal Maleficent game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please, thank
Ooh,
you.
even better, yes. Let's see. We have a king and a card guard.
Mm-hmm. But also a very nice clear board.
We know that Once Upon a Dream is sitting right there on top too. So you want to hopefully Dragon Form the guards there.
Yes.
Get rid of Aurora.
Or you can start storing curses in those Green Fires.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, there's Dragon Form. So gain back 2 power. So the Raven went and played that. So now Maleficent, I think Maleficent can stay where she is now.
She has, yeah, she vanished. We could see some plays here. Let's see. So we're going to gain 3?
No.
Or spend. Did he gain the power already?
On that. He did not gain power. Gaining 2.
If you're Zachary, do you leave the fate where it is?
Woof.
Nope.
Okay. Honestly, I think, no, the Raven's out of position. It can't move. Because if the Raven weren't there, you could have moved the Green Fire in.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also just fucking play a curse.
You can, yeah, you can double play
a curse.
Play a curse with the Raven. We're gaining money though.
Yeah, just go to King Stephen's Castle, play a curse.
Yeah.
You can afford it.
And fate. Yep. I don't think we've seen Fauna yet. Have we seen Merryweather? Or Stefan? I don't think so. There's still a lot of rough cards in that fate deck.
Mm-hmm. Why are you playing the staff there?
Interesting. Yeah, interesting to play the staff there when you're not going there. Yeah. I generally like the White Rabbit in his house.
Yeah, I think that's the best spot. You were never going to use that stat. Oh, we are off with your hitting the rabbit.
Yep. And activating.
Okay. All right, bird first. Do you have a curse? Honestly, the bird right now should play or discard. Or just move in the green fire.
Or move over the green fire to...
Oh, no,
give
we're discarding.
Play action. So we're discarding. So that means we're going to go, unless he wants to burn his own green fire, we're going to go Fate.
And Zachary's doing a very good job of keeping the board clear. Probably Dodo.
So we have seen 2 of the off with your heads. There's 1 more left in the deck. And there's still 4 card guards.
Yeah, and you can just move the card guard over.
Yeah. I think in that case, without Alice on the board, you cover the courtyard with Dodo.
Yeah.
To prevent that move.
Mm-hmm.
Because now Dodo's just going to sit there and stay on the board. There is 1 more Momraths in there, though, to move that away.
Okay. Do we have a savage? We do. So we're going to kill Aurora with exactly enough strength. And then Fate. There's Alice. A little late. Alice's going to die if you put her there.
Yeah, you got to stick her at the hedge maze.
Like, Zachary will murk her if you put her there.
Yep.
That's it. That's a 3 strengther. Now, here's the thing. If Zachary wins this set, then we're still going to have to do another one because Zachary is behind.
Yes. Let's see. Where are we putting Alice? Time's up, and she goes to the hedge maze.
Okay. Honestly, I think you just go to... okay. I was just going to go to White Rabbit's house. Ooh, we're making Alice smaller. I like that.
Chucking to take the shot.
Merryweather is very nice. Goodbye. We're spending 2 on a forest over there.
Play a curse and move 1.
Yeah, that sounds like the best idea to me.
And let's see, what are we playing here?
Fate.
We're gonna Fate first. Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, I think you do Cheshire here. Again, not at Tulgi.
Yep.
Yeah. Can't discard. And then you got a Fate.
Mm-hmm.
That does nothing.
Sword. That one will.
Okay, that does something. And then...
I think you go... Let's see.
I think you send the Raven to Forbidden Mountains, move the green fire in to Merryweather, and then play Curse at the forest.
Mm-hmm. And fortunately, there's nothing you can play to get rid of Merryweather, which would be ideal.
No, you could play.
Well, you could play a Cackling Goon and then go over and play another Cackling Goon and vanquish her, and then Fate and cover up the Fate action.
Or just get power and then go.
But
play
that still doesn't give you the 4th curse though.
Yeah. But no, I think you send Raven to Forbidden Mountains, move in the Green Fire, and play a curse at the forest.
What else do we have in there? There's another Green Fire. We've gone through 2 forests, I think.
Zachary is currently Yep, he's doing what I was suggesting. Gain 3. And playing a Dreamless Sleep for cheaper. Yeah, play the Goon first. Fauna. Yeah, you play Fauna. Do you have a very... Oh, yeah, because those cost nothing because of the king.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I don't know about discarding the Judgment. I would have... Maybe the Raven goes and kills Fauna.
Mm-hmm. A good option. And then you go over to the Forbidden Mountains. Gain some money.
So you do not have the other curse? Okay. Or Phaeton. Do a moan. Yeah, honestly, move them to Dodo's location. No, move them into Dodo's. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like moving them away because then you're giving a free vanquish of Dodo.
I suppose. We're just fading. Okay.
Yep, we knew Stefan was in there. He did protect the Forest of Thorns there.
He did.
So do we see a vanquish here with Raven? To get rid of Merryweather.
Honestly, I think you... this gets tricky because you can't go to Forbidden Mountains.
I think... what do we got here? I think I would almost, if you have it in hand, I would vanquish Merryweather with the Raven, and then if you have the other dragon form, get rid of Fauna. And play another curse.
Looks like we're playing it safe. We're moving the curse over. Spending 3 on a Dreamless. You can't play there.
Yeah, that's
oh,
a
no,
double.
No, he moved it. He moved it.
Did he move with the Raven?
No, he has a move at the location.
But he moved the Green Fire away with the Raven. So okay, so he played and moved. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
All right, and
he used the Raven to move.
A card. Currently no wickets for Queen of Hearts. Who's in a tight spot. but we can get rid of one of those curses. I think you get rid of Dreamless Sleep here.
Yeah, for sure. Force more movement.
Doing some discarding. And passing. I think here you definitely just discard and then go kill Merryweather.
Mm-hmm. Chucking some cards. This is gonna get us some power here.
Gain 3. The funny thing is that Dreamless Sleep gets you less power. Yeah. This is not the best situation.
All those card guards sitting there with nobody to vanquish.
Indeed. And Zach is just fating. Alright, we get rid of that. What do we have? Guards here.
I sense a long game here.
Yeah, strap yourselves in, get yourselves like a mug of hot cocoa or something. I'm already all the way through my ice cream. Hey chat, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? If you if you are still there.
I would have to say my favorite flavor, they don't make it anymore. It was cherry moose tracks.
Ooh, okay.
So the ice cream was cherry flavored, and then it had the chocolate swirls with the fudge swirls and the peanut butter cups and all that. That was pretty good, pretty solid. But I do like a good black raspberry as well.
Nice.
Fruit flavored ice cream is good.
Cool. Dragon form and a green fire. Watermelon Dole Whip. Huh.
Watermelon Dole Whip. Is that like the soft serve ice cream when you go to like the custard places? Get the soft serve. Is that a Dole Whip or is that?
Oh, we're discarding an off with your head.
Plopping down Flora. Let's see what we got here.
No curses.
Couple vanishes. Couple allies. And this is why I like uncovering the double play as Queen of Hearts from that hedge maze. If you use your by order of the queens, especially with Cheshire Cat on the board, you can do your converting that way.
Yeah, I would have held on to that off with your head and like gone to hedge maze and murdered the dodo or something. I don't know. I don't really. Both of these players are kind of in rough spots, but I think Maleficent is better suited to come back from it.
Yeah, you don't put anything where it can be vanquished because you're just recycling those card guards if you do.
Yeah.
Although this just leaves you open for double fading all the time. It's a catch-22.
Very much so.
We do have a couple curses in hand, and we're going to be looking for some cards here. We got.
Oh, we had a tyranny. Okay.
Yep, Tyranny.
So just getting some power. Maleficent can't fate this turn if she wants to keep her green flyers. That's a pretty safe gain through power for Queen of Hearts. So is a Dole Whip just like soft serve sherbet? Or sorbet, or whatever the fuck the proper name for it is?
The proper pronunciation. Sorbet.
Okay,
All right, so
Queen of Hearts
there's
has to fate.
we have in hand. Let's see here. What do we got? Guards won't do it,
No.
and a sword won't do
All
it.
right, we are up 1-1. Amsterdam will shift to the Evil Queen.
Evil Queen versus Queen of Hearts.
Queen fight. So this is now match point. If Amsterdam wins this, he wins the tournament. If Zachary wins this, we do another round. Okay.
And let's see here.
Yep, there we see Evil Queen. And Zachary gets choice of turn order.
Who will be the fairest in the land?
So it's kind of funny is that in chat right now, the users I only see like alphabetically A through D. And I'm wondering if it's just a coincidence that everyone in here is high in the alphabet, or if it's just cutting off after D. If you're in chat and you have a username that starts with a letter past D, say something. All right. Zach going first. Probably go right to Hedge Maze.
Hedge Maze, 2 card guards. Or king and a card guard. 2 card guards.
2 card guards. Evil Queen can't fate first turn, so we just go somewhere.
Villain with the what's your choice of villain for the least favorable opening move options?
Least favorable opening moves? Least favorable. I don't know, they all have, I mean, like, certain ones can be screwed over if they get faded.
I was gonna say there's a couple that I don't like if you get faded and they cover your option on the best one, like Horn King.
I mean, you can always go to dungeons.
You can go and discard, which is it's just kind of a sad opener if you have to do it that way.
Okay, we have Magic Mirror out but not activated.
We
There's
see a
Doc.
card here. Card draw. No card draw.
I would love to see an Alfixia.
Alfixia to activate for Snow White.
There we go.
There it is.
You'll find Snow White. Then you gotta shuffle.
Sneezy has lost his opportunity.
Indeed he has. I hope he remembered to draw.
I don't believe we did the first time. We'll see if we remember on this time. Pickaxe for Doc. Evil Queen's gonna need a lot of poison.
That's his trigger to remember. And it looks like Zachary isn't reminding him.
No. So we do have another ingredient.
Mm-hmm.
And what else do we see here?
Ooh,
And a mummy dust.
All right, we're just
Card
getting down the card guards.
Chuck in a hand, including judgment. Not popping off this game.
1. Ooh. Yeah, gain power.
Mm-hmm.
Fruit. Mad Hatter. Yeah, as Evil Queen, you don't really mind being faded. You need to stop the progress. Lot of power.
A very merry unbirthday to you.
Triggering Vanity doesn't matter as much, but it's still something you can avoid.
There's the card. Oh, only one card.
Just fine.
No retroactively drawing your cards.
Dopester.
Don't forget to shuffle that top deck too.
Yeah.
So we saw the extra card.
Stringent about that. Okay. Yeah, I think just gain power. There we go.
There's. Yep. All right. Yeah, 4 card guards on the board.
And now we're going to start converting them. Does he remember? There we go.
I might have put Bashful at the cottage.
No, put him there so you can't move Snow White out of the way.
I mean, I'll fix you.
But then you need the Alfixia. What do we do? Okay, we're fixing. Not the biggest fan of moving Bashful instead of Snow White here.
Yeah,
moans,
Bashful.
Absolutely moans.
Yeah, Bashful could still have been moved with another copy of Scream of Fright.
I think now at this point you just want to get lots of power and then try to do Doc and Snow White in one swoop.
Yeah. Try to prevent Doc from coming back out.
Mm-hmm. That is time.
See an off with your head?
Yep.
Yep.
Dead Hatter.
And let's see, what else do we have here? There's the king.
And the king. And activating the stopwatch for power. I think just get lots of power. Do you have a Scream of Fright?
Maybe a Thunderbolt.
Something to get extra power. Because what I wouldn't mind seeing here would be next turn go to the lab, move Doc in, and murder him.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Especially, so if you can get yourself another 3 power here.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're going to move Dopey. And the huntsman, okay.
See, but if you
Gain
put the
power on that
huntsman in the laboratory, again, you can move Doc in.
Right. Looks like we're not planning on doing that. There's okay. So
we missed
saved.
Happy.
Yep, saved ourselves on that. Still looking to gain some more power here. Queen of Hearts up to 5 card guards on the board.
Okay.
One of them as a wicket.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3.
Are we gaining 3 power? I think you just spend the 1 and then make 12 poison.
Yeah, make 12 poison here.
Happy just went by. This is your perfect chance.
Let's
Doc
see. We got
gonna be at
Snow
5.
White. Doc's at 5. Yep, because he's bumped from Dopey and the pickaxe.
So he's
and
at
Snow
5.
White is once Doc is gone. Snow White's going to be a
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8.
So you have not quite enough poison. Honestly, what do you do here? I think you moams again.
That's bad spots on the moams.
Move the.
You
No,
should
don't
move the
move
one at the
that.
hedge maze.
Yeah,
move the one at the hedge maze.
not the one at the hedge maze. Move the one at the courtyard, all the way over.
Yeah, that one only leaves 1 move, and you've got 4 at each spot again. So do we see? Or do you just play another card guard anyway?
Yep, there it is.
Yep. Activate 1 by order of the queen. Nope. King gets a spear.
Alright, I think here you just go kill Doc while you can.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have left Snow White squatting.
Gonna be 1 poison short as of right now. Not gonna kill Doc yet. We're gonna get some more power.
Ooh.
Tone. Okay.
Presumably activating them. You keep the Scream of Fright and play it. You get more on the Scream of Fright. What are you doing? The Scream of Fright gets you more.
Yeah. The cackling laugh, you mean?
The Old Hag's Cackle, right. Yes,
Old Hag's Cackle,
Old
yeah.
Hag's Cackle. The Old Hag's Cackle was because that would get you 3 for 0 rather than 3 for 1.
Mm-hmm. I think you just keep buffing. I don't know. Does he have 2? He probably has 2 gigabytes. But maybe not. I don't know. I probably woodland creatures here.
Yep, we're woodlanding.
Off to the woods. And 1 gigabyte gone.
Presumably. Although vanity is possible now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing is Amsterdam doesn't always remember conditions.
All right, what do we got here?
He could have played Vanity then and just gotten it out of his hand because there's the stopwatch and the spear. Cheshire, absolutely Cheshire.
I don't like him there with the king, though.
No, I would have put him in the courtyard. Stop the moving. Do you brew one poison?
No. Left it alone.
Now we do Vanity, okay. Yeah, just keep a take a bite on top.
Mm-hmm.
All right, killing Cheshire. That'll get 2.
And we are at WinCon potential.
Ooh, we didn't get a fate because of the mummy dust.
No fate for Mummy Dust, and Snow White is blocking that fate action.
I think you
we'll
still
see it take the
go.
shot.
Yeah. I think you still go and kill Doc.
Yeah.
No, now that goes in discard. So he's at 5.
Mm-hmm. I would like to see Queen of Hearts play a by order of the Queen and then take the shot, because then you get an extra card guard.
Mm.
Or potentially even activate that other one. You could get 6 card guards.
Yeah. Doc's at 5. Looks like Amsterdam is looking through Zachary's discard pile.
There's the 5.
Okay. Doc dies. And then all you can do is discard.
Discard, look for another couple, take the... Now you could get a free poison here if you have
Fire to
Jealousy.
the Queen. And just get all of them.
Yep, and you're going to activate with the other one, and then you're going to spend 4.
All right, this is 3, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15.
Ooh,
4,
that was a high shot too.
6,
If he'd gotten that
9,
other take
10.
a shot, he got it though. Yeah, he would have had to get both take the shots and a couple other high cards.
All right, let's go take a chat with Zachary and Amsterdam.
I know, but I can live with that. We have to do a whole other one, right?
Yeah,
We
that's
do
what
a
we were
whole
about to
other
ask.
set. Yeah, get out of here, Burrow. We have to do another set.
Do you guys want a little break first, or do you just want to go right into it?
Honestly, I'm offering.
We can also finish it on another day if you want.
I got a crazy idea. I'm happy to offer the draw to Zachary, and we call it a night.
I mean, that's up to Zachary.
I mean, it's the final match. I really want it played, but it does not have to be played right now. We can play it a different day since it's just the two of us.
I'm good to go if y'all are good to go. I just want to make sure y'all are good to go.
I mean, do you want to play it now or later, Hamster?
Oh, okay, so let me. What time is it right now? 20. Oops, let me flip that over.
It is 11:20 EST, which is 8:20 y'all's time.
Just
Yeah, I'm Wes.
Just to be super clear, you don't want to take the draw and call this a well-played tournament.
I mean, I think it is a well-played tournament, but from my perspective, I don't see any value in taking the draw.
You both win. That's the value.
No, see, Zachary wants to just win.
I understand. I'm more in cooperation and friendship and everyone.
Zachary, how are you planning to unlock the White Rabbit's house?
I don't know. I mean, look, this game's not called Heroist, it's called Villainous.
Yeah, but like, you know,
I think you mean heroic.
I've seen the villains work together. They've worked together for the common good, and what could be more?
No, they work together so they can backstab each other. All right, we're doing this now. Come on, let's go.
No,
I mean, again, it's up to Hamster.
All
if
right.
he wants to do it another.
I've offered the draw twice. You've rejected me both times. I'm going to say let's go ahead and play the last game.
All right, sharpen your knives, boys. Let's have a nice, clean stabbing. I'll go back to the commentary.
All right, we're up. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
All right, so.
All right, we're gonna do this. This is happening. Strap yourselves in. We're gonna be here all night.
All night long.
All night long, or something like. I don't know. Reset the scores. And we are now on the Wicked to the Core board.
Will we see some matching villains, or will we see some
I
different
am
selections?
hoping that Zachary picks someone other than Queen of Hearts. Oh, Zachary just disconnected. That's not good. I hope Zachary's okay. What's going on? All right, there we go. He's back. All right. Coffee. Someone's posting in the Modoc channel. Kerplow.
All right, Zachary gets choice this time.
I think he will want turn order. Yep, Amsterdam is picking villains first. Let's see some new ones. Let's mix it up. What do we got? It's Doc again. All right. Want to see variety. Like, Wacko had the right idea, but like just picking random one. Zach's probably gonna pick Madame Mim again because it's just gonna get vetoed. No, he's picking Maleficent. Okay, he is forcing Amsterdam to get out of his comfort zone. Zach does not want to lose to a fate spamming Maleficent again.
All right, who are we picking this time? We're gonna have Doctor and Mim on the board.
Okay,
Nope,
Lady
LT.
Tremaine. It's like, well, now you don't get LT, and there's Mim.
And I believe we are
This just
4 for
feels
4
like
on
spite.
same villains here.
Yup.
Who do we have now? Evil Queen?
I mean, it's possible unless Amsterdam wants to pick someone else, which I would encourage him to. I made Lotso. I guess Gaston. Who is it? It is Prince John.
Prince John. There's a different one. And Jafar.
Okay. Janir, Jafar, wherever you are.
Have we seen Prince John earlier in the stream? I missed the first
There
part.
has not been any Prince Johnalding at all this entire stream. So
All
this
right.
is his entree, his debut, unless he gets banned. Though I doubt Prince John will get banned.
I doubt Prince John's getting banned in this grouping.
LT and Mim. Yep. Okay. All right. So we got Mal and Jafar, and we got Doc and Jonald, the much maligned King of England, first of his name, long may he reign.
Pox on that phony King of England.
Flippy dippy.
All right, what do we got here?
You got to pick one. You got to pull one down. All right.
There it is,
John
Prince
and Jafar.
John.
All right. John Farr. This crown gives me a feeling of power. Okay, we'll zoom in a little bit. Oh, Prince John going second. Ooh-wee. Prince John starting at 1/20th of his win condition.
95% to go.
Oh, do we see an open? No, we do not see an opening. That would have been hilarious if it was opening and pendant. No, just a guard with a sword. Just getting it on the board.
Play a couple cards, clear out the hand. Where does Prince John go?
Just get some money. Discard. Just get money. Just getting some money. Discarding the crown? You're discarding the crown?
Fear of deception.
What?
Is
what?
high
okay, that's
here.
fair. That's fair. The deception does exist. It is a thing that exists in this game, and that is okay. It's not hypnotize that pisses me off. It's deception.
Deception.
Now,
so like, dumb. It's an interesting call.
Is a failed fate on Prince John, which is a thing that can happen.
And one at a time, like we were talking earlier about Prince John not minding the fates so much. It's almost maybe more beneficial to have the crown out and maybe even go ahead and risk your bow and arrows.
Yeah.
To one at a time fate can sometimes not be the worst for Prince John. Sometimes it can, but sometimes you got to roll the dice.
All right, the Sultan.
Early greed going by.
Is okay. You're pretty guaranteed a greed at some point in this game because you're going to need 6 power for the genie, unless you can hourglass. But all you need is a wish on the genie.
We do have that hourglass in position.
Prince John just getting power and discarding, just like I don't want to play anything. I'm just gonna draw. Just gonna draw my cards.
There's a little John.
He is little. Yeah, I think this is a very risky way to play Prince John because Prince John's greatest strength is his ability to make infrastructure, to get down allies.
And once you get the couple heroes on the board, then you start losing all that power you have gained.
But it's only borrowed. You'll get it back. Just gotta do a little murder.
Taxing.
Just a little murder. And the Sultan very fittingly is hypnotized. How appropriate. All right, Johnny boy, what you got?
Hypnotizing does add the potential for some free allies for Prince John. We get up to 3 here.
What do you do here? Oh, okay. Gain 3. Then free.
Clever disguise? Yeah, you clever disguise that.
Yeah, I would just kill that immediately. Don't let that stick around.
Get rid of that disguise.
Ooh, we're getting a little bit more power. With some beautiful, lovely taxes. We're getting some taxes. Oh,
There's a deception.
we are decepted.
That's why we get rid of that. Alright, we backing up. That we played deception before any action was taken. Doing the same turn.
Mm-hmm.
Leaving both clever disguises there.
Okay, so probably want to get out a golden arrow or something before you kill Little John now, because like there's no point at this point. Just leave him as taxes fodder.
At some point, though, with both of those on there, you just keep stacking all the power on him.
Yeah.
Force him to spend it. Here comes the lamp.
Honestly, because of the thingies, the
Disguises.
just like accept that deception's gonna happen.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we have here? Could see a Hypnotize of the Genie next turn. Unless we get some fates. There's a wish.
I
Could
think
force greed.
you put the wish on Genie, or you put Jasmine at the Oasis.
Yeah, it depends on what you have in hand. If you have the greed, that you can force the issue.
True.
If you don't have it, then you cover the actions. And limit the hand.
Alright, are we playing anything this turn? The turn is running out. It's Amsterdam. Nope, not playing anything. King Richard.
King Richard.
King Richard needs to die. You can't let him stick around.
Yeah, he needs to. He needs to leave. No taxing for Prince John, otherwise. And we are seeing a move of the Wolf Archers.
Mm-hmm.
We see another ally played.
Nice, I like that.
That'll do it. And play and move the lamp.
And we're Phaeton.
Lady Cluck.
Okay. It makes it harder to fate. I would love to see a Sir Hiss here.
Sir Hiss or even a golden arrow onto the Wolf Archers.
No, Sir Hiss so you can fate and vanquish. Because you really need to fate here. Discard the hand. Really trying to avoid greed here. And there's Robin Hood. Honestly, maybe just go to the jail and gain power. You've got cowardice now. There's 3 allies.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, just go to the jail.
Go to the jail, gain 2 power, discard what you don't need. Try to get a couple allies for free to do some vanquishing. We're gonna fate this turn.
I would bring back on something.
Jasmine's the only thing in there.
Yeah, I would play Jasmine to Oasis.
Yeah, I mean, because at this point, Iago doesn't do too much. She's right next to the move action there.
Yeah, I would
Cover
play
up.
Jasmine.
Yeah. Play Jasmine, cover up that activate. Take away the hypnotize action there. Or not the hypnotize, the giant hourglass.
Yeah, and also the double
from that,
play.
From that location, yeah, the double play. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, Jasmine at Oasis is my suggestion that I am psychically sending to Amsterdam.
Time is running out again. What are we doing? We're getting rid of Iago.
We are getting rid of Iago. We are getting 2 more power.
Gonna do some sacrificing. There go the allies.
There's greed.
There's greed. Only 2. Yep, there we go. And there is the hypnotize. Yep, Jasmine would have prevented that.
Yep.
Now we definitely need Sir Hiss. Or take
that.
out.
That works too.
That works too. Oh, we're doing
that
deception.
Hurts.
And we're gonna go and move and.
All right, now you got to fade again.
That'll do it.
All right, that's a win for Zachary's Jafar. Zachary must now move to Maleficent. Yeah, I think Amsterdam should have been playing allies earlier.
And PJ needs a little bit more board setup.